My name is Tom Blake, and I've always believed the wilderness to be a place of beauty and peace. Hiking was my escape, a way to clear my mind and reconnect with myself. But last autumn, during a solo trip in the remote reaches of the Guadalupe Mountains, I discovered something out there that changed the way I see the world. Something that shouldn't exist. It started as a perfect day. The sun was warm but not hot, the air crisp with the faint scent of pine and dry earth. I'd planned a route that would take me deep into the mountains, far from the usual trails, where the only company would be the whisper of the wind and the occasional rustle of wildlife. I'd hiked in the area before, but this time I was determined to explore a lesser-known path that wasn't marked on any map. I parked at a small dirt lot near the trailhead and set off early. The morning light filtered through the trees, casting long shadows that danced as the breeze stirred the branches. The trail was narrow, winding through steep ridges and dense scrub. I was in my element, relishing the solitude, the sound of my boots crunching on the dry ground, the rhythm of my own breath. By midday, I'd covered a good distance and found a spot to rest, a small clearing with a view of the valley below. I sat on a flat rock, sipping water and enjoying the stillness. That's when I heard it. A child's voice, faint but distinct, drifting through the trees. "Hello," the voice called, thin and trembling. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. I was miles from any trailhead, and as far as I knew, I was the only person out here. The voice came again, closer this time. "Is someone there? Please help me." It sounded like a little girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old. My stomach twisted as 100 questions raced through my mind. How had a child gotten this far into the wilderness? Was she hurt? Lost? I couldn't ignore her. "Hello," I called back, standing and scanning the trees. "Over here," the voice answered, now faintly muffled, like it was coming from behind the thick scrub. "Please, I need help." I grabbed my pack and started toward the sound, my heart pounding. The underbrush was dense, the branches snagging my clothes and scratching my skin as I pushed through. The voice led me deeper into the forest, always just out of sight. "Where are you?" I called, the unease in my chest growing. "Here," the voice said again, softer now. "I'm here." I stumbled into another clearing, smaller than the first, surrounded by gnarled trees and thick shadows. At the center stood a girl, her back to me. She was wearing a faded pink dress, her dark hair hanging loose and tangled down her back. She looked small, frail, her arms hanging limply at her sides. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice calm and steady. "Are you okay? Where are your parents?" The girl didn't move. She didn't even turn to look at me. "Hey," I said again, stepping closer. "It's okay. I'm here to help." Then she moved. Slowly, stiffly, her head turned, too far, her neck twisting at an unnatural angle until her face was almost upside down. My breath caught in my throat as I saw her eyes. They were wrong. Too dark, too wide, the pupils so large they swallowed the irises completely. Her mouth stretched into a smile that was too big, her teeth jagged and yellowed. "Help me," she said, her voice shifting, deeper now, layered with something guttural and inhuman. I stumbled back, my heart hammering. What are you?" She took a step toward me, her movements jerky, almost puppet-like. Her limbs seemed to stretch as she moved, her arms and legs elongating, her fingers sharpening into claws. "Don't go," she said, her voice mocking, almost playful. "Stay with me." I turned and ran. The forest closed in around me as I sprinted, the trees a blur of gray and green. Branches tore at my clothes and face, but I didn't care. I could hear her behind me, her laughter echoing through the woods, high and distorted. "Tom," she called, her voice shifting again, this time mimicking my own. Don't leave me. My chest tightened as panic threatened to take over. How did she know my name? I didn't stop to think. I just ran, my boots slipping on the loose dirt as the terrain grew steeper. The laughter grew louder closer, until it seemed to be coming from every direction. I stumbled into a dry creek bed, my ankle twisting painfully as I landed hard on the rocky ground. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I scrambled to my feet and looked around, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The forest was silent again, the stillness more suffocating than the laughter had been. Then I saw her. She was perched on a rock across the creek, her body twisted and contorted, her limbs impossibly long. Her face was no longer human, the skin stretched tight over a skull that seemed too large for her body. Her dark eyes locked onto mine, and she smiled again, that horrible, jagged grin. "You can't run," she said, her voice echoing strangely. "You can't hide." She leapt from the rock, landing on all fours with a sickening thud. I didn't wait to see what she would do next. I ran along the creek bed, my ankles screaming in protest, the sound of her claws scraping against the rocks close behind me. The creek bed ended in a steep embankment, the loose dirt crumbling under my boots as I scrambled up. I could hear her climbing after me, her growls low and guttural, her breathing heavy and wet. My hand closed around a sharp rock, and without thinking, I turned and swung it as hard as I could. The rock connected with her face, and she let out a piercing screech that made my ears ring. She stumbled back, her body convulsing, and for a moment I thought I might have a chance. I scrambled up the embankment, pulling myself over the edge and onto solid ground. I didn't stop running until I saw the faint outline of my car through the trees. My legs felt like they were made of lead, my lungs burning, but I forced myself to keep going. I threw open the door, jumped in, and locked it behind me. My hands shook as I started the engine and sped away, not daring to look back. I haven't been able to hike alone since. Story 2. My name is Claire Morgan. I'm 28 years old, and I've always prided myself on being independent. I've hiked alone in some of the most remote places across the U.S., but nothing could have prepared me for what happened in the piney woods of East Texas. What started as a weekend escape from my stressful city life became a nightmare I'll never forget. It was late October, and the weather was perfect, cool, crisp air and skies painted with the first hints of autumn. I'd heard about the Piney Woods Trail from a coworker who raved about its beauty, so I packed up my gear and made the drive from Dallas. The plan was simple: hike the 20-mile loop over 2 days, camp halfway, and unwind beneath a canopy of towering pines. The thought of solitude excited me. I wanted to clear my mind, take some photos for my travel blog, and maybe spot some wildlife. I parked at the trailhead, strapped on my pack, and took my first steps onto the trail. The forest was mesmerizing, dense clusters of pines, oaks, and dogwoods stretching endlessly in every direction. The air smelled of earth and pine resin, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots and the occasional bird call. I felt at peace, completely unaware of the terror waiting for me. By mid-afternoon, I'd covered about 8 miles and reached a small clearing where I planned to set up camp. The spot was perfect, a soft patch of ground surrounded by tall trees that swayed gently in the breeze. After pitching my tent and starting a small fire, I pulled out my camera to capture the setting sun filtering through the trees. That's when I noticed it, the silence. The birds had stopped singing, and the forest seemed unnaturally still. It wasn't just quiet, it was oppressive, like the woods were holding their breath. A faint unease settled over me, but I brushed it off as my imagination. I was alone after all, and solitude could play tricks on the mind. As darkness fell, the unease grew. The fire's glow felt inadequate against the encroaching blackness, and shadows seemed to move at the edges of the light. I convinced myself it was just animals, deer or raccoons, but when I crawled into my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Around midnight, I woke to a strange sound, a low, rhythmic rumble, almost like a growl, coming from somewhere in the distance. My heart pounded as I lay there, straining to hear. Then came another sound, a series of heavy thuds, like something large moving through the forest. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. The fire had burned down to embers, but in its faint light I saw movement, something massive, just beyond the tree line. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was tall, easily over 8 feet, with broad shoulders and long arms that hung unnaturally low. Its eyes glinted faintly in the dim light, reflecting the dying fire. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. After what felt like an eternity, the figure turned and melted back into the shadows, leaving me paralyzed with fear. I debated packing up and leaving right then, but the idea of walking through the dark forest with that thing out there was even more terrifying. So I stayed, clutching a pocket knife and flashlight, and waited for dawn. The next morning, I found tracks near my campsite, enormous footprints, far too large to belong to a bear or a human. The prints were deep, as if made by something incredibly heavy, and they led away from the clearing. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow them. I told myself it was for my blog, that I'd document the tracks and turn this into a thrilling story. In truth, I was too curious for my own good. The footprints led deeper into the forest, far off the main trail. The trees grew thicker, their gnarled branches forming a twisted canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air felt heavier, colder, and the silence was absolute. After about an hour, the tracks disappeared at the edge of a steep incline. At first, I thought the trail had gone cold, but then I noticed something odd, a large circular hole in the ground, partially concealed by roots and underbrush. It looked like an animal den, but the opening was far too large for any animal I knew of. Crouching near the edge, I shone my flashlight inside. The tunnel sloped downward, its walls lined with claw marks. A damp, earthy smell wafted up, mixed with something else, a metallic, almost coppery scent that made my stomach churn. I should have turned back. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but I couldn't resist the pull of the unknown. I slid into the tunnel, careful not to make a sound. The walls were damp, and the air was thick and stale. The further I went, the more the tunnel widened, eventually opening into a cavern. That's when I saw them, nests. Dozens of them, woven from branches, moss, and animal hides, scattered across the floor. Some were empty, but others contained things that made my blood run cold. Bones, both animal and human, picked clean and piled haphazardly. Then I heard it, a guttural growl that echoed through the cavern. I spun around, my flashlight beam landing on a pair of glowing eyes. It was one of them, crouched low and watching me with an almost predatory curiosity. Its face was ape-like, but its features were sharper, more human. Its fur was matted and streaked with mud, and its hands were enormous, with claws that gleamed in the flashlight's beam. I backed away slowly, but my foot caught on a root and I stumbled. The creature snarled, its lips peeling back to reveal jagged teeth. More growls erupted around me as shadows shifted in the corners of the cavern. I wasn't alone. They were everywhere, emerging from the nests and tunnels, their massive forms towering over me. Panic set in. I turned and ran, my flashlight bouncing wildly as I scrambled back through the tunnel. Behind me, the creatures roared, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. I could feel them closing in, their hot breath on my neck. My chest burned as I pushed myself to run faster, adrenaline the only thing keeping me moving. I burst out of the tunnel into the forest, tripping and falling onto the damp earth. The creatures didn't follow. They stayed at the tunnel's entrance, watching me with those glowing eyes, their growls vibrating through the air. One of them stepped forward, raising a massive arm, and slammed it against a tree with enough force to crack the trunk. It was a warning. I didn't need another. I ran until I found the main trail, my legs trembling and my lungs screaming for air. I didn't stop until I reached my car, the forest silence pressing down on me the entire way. When I finally got in and locked the doors, I realized my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the keys. I don't know what I stumbled upon that day, but I'm certain of one thing. Those creatures weren't animals. Whatever's down there doesn't want to be found, and if you're not careful, you might not make it back. Story 3. My name is Jake Warren. I'm 31 years old, and I've been camping solo for years without so much as a scratch. It's something I've always done to clear my head and escape the grind of city life. But after what happened in Big Bend National Park last summer, I don't think I'll ever step foot in the wilderness again. It started as a spur-of-the-moment trip. I'd been going through a rough patch work stress, a breakup, you name it, so I packed up my gear, threw it in the back of my truck, and headed west. Big Bend had always been on my bucket list. Its rugged desert terrain and endless sky seemed like the perfect place to get lost and reset. The drive out there was uneventful. By the time I arrived at the park entrance, the sun was low in the sky, casting everything in shades of gold and crimson. I stopped by the ranger station to grab a map and let them know where I'd be camping. The ranger on duty, an older woman with sun-weathered skin and sharp eyes, looked me over when I told her I was planning to camp alone. "You sure about that?" she asked, her voice carrying a weight I couldn't quite place. "Yeah," I said, forcing a grin. "I've done this plenty of times before." She didn't smile back. "Stick to your site. Don't wander after dark. And if you hear anything strange, don't go looking for it." I nodded, thinking she was just being cautious. But something about the way she said it, like she'd seen things she couldn't unsee, left me uneasy. I drove another hour into the park, following winding roads that cut through the Chizos Mountains and into the vast desert below. My campsite was remote, miles from the nearest trailhead, with nothing around but scrub brush and rugged hills. It was exactly what I wanted, solitude. Or so I thought. I set up my tent, just as the last light faded from the sky. The desert came alive at night, coyotes howling in the distance, the rustle of small creatures moving through the brush, the faint buzz of insects. It was peaceful in its own way. I built a small fire, cooked some dinner, and settled in to enjoy the quiet. That's when I heard the first howl. It was distant, barely audible over the crackle of the fire. At first, I thought it was a coyote, but it didn't sound right. It was deeper, almost guttural, and carried an odd cadence that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I told myself it was just an animal and went back to tending the fire. But then another howl joined the first, closer this time. Then another, and another. Before long, the howls surrounded me, coming from every direction. It sounded like a pack, dozens of them, but the way the calls echoed through the hills made it impossible to tell how close they really were. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the darkness beyond the firelight. The beam cut through the night, revealing nothing but empty desert and twisted shadows. The howls stopped, and for a moment the silence was worse than the noise. My pulse hammered in my ears as I strained to listen. Then I saw it, movement just at the edge of the light. At first, I thought it was a coyote, but as the figure stepped closer, I realized how wrong I was. It was tall, far taller than any animal should be, standing on two legs with a hunched posture that made it look even larger. Its body was covered in matted, dark fur, and its face was something out of a nightmare. It was elongated like a wolf's, but with sharp, almost human features. Yellow eyes glowed in the firelight, locked onto me with a predator's intensity. I froze, every instinct screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The creature let out a low growl that rumbled through the air like thunder, then took a step closer. I grabbed a burning branch from the fire and held it out in front of me, hoping the flames would keep it at bay. "Stay back," I shouted, though my voice wavered. The creature stopped, tilting its head like it was studying me. Then, to my horror, it let out a sharp, barking howl, and more shapes emerged from the darkness. There were at least 5 of them, circling the campsite, their eyes glowing like fireflies in the night. Panic took over. I threw the branch at the nearest one and bolted for my truck, abandoning everything at the campsite. The creatures howled in unison, a deafening chorus that seemed to shake the ground beneath my feet. I could hear their heavy footfalls behind me, closing the distance as I ran. When I reached the truck, I yanked the door open and dove inside, slamming it shut just as one of the creatures lunged. Its massive body hit the side of the truck with enough force to rock it on its wheels. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fit them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed my foot on the gas. The tires spun in the dirt before catching, launching the truck forward. In the rearview mirror, I saw them, 6 or 7 of them now chasing after me on all fours. They moved with terrifying speed, their long limbs propelling them forward like something out of a nightmare. I floored it, tearing down the dirt road as fast as I could. The creatures kept pace, their glowing eyes fixed on me. One of them leapt onto the bed of the truck, its claws raking against the metal. I swerved violently, throwing it off, but the others didn't let up. The road twisted and turned through the hills, and I prayed I wouldn't hit a rock or lose control. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the creatures began to fall behind. Their howls echoed through the night, fading into the distance as I sped toward the park entrance. When I reached the ranger station, I skidded to a stop and stumbled out of the truck, breathless and shaking. The same ranger I'd spoken to earlier was there, her face grim as she listened to my frantic explanation. "You're lucky," she said when I finished, her voice heavy with something like regret. "Most people who see them don't make it out." I wanted to ask her what they were, but the look in her eyes told me she wouldn't, or couldn't, answer. She just told me to leave, to never come back, and I didn't argue. I drove straight through the night, not stopping until I was miles away from Big Bend. Even now, I can't explain what I saw out there. Were they wolves? Something else? All I know is that they weren't natural, and they weren't just animals. Story 4. My name is Anna Reyes. I'm 29 years old, and for as long as I can remember, hiking has been my escape. There's something about being in the wilderness, away from the noise and chaos of the world, that makes me feel alive. Last spring, I planned a hiking trip in Texas with my best friend, Riley. It was supposed to be a chance to reconnect, to breathe in the desert air and clear our minds. Instead, it turned into the most horrifying experience of my life. We chose Palo Duro Canyon for our trip. It's the kind of place that feels untouched, ancient, like the red walls hold secrets they're unwilling to share. We'd planned a 3-day trek along a remote trail that a ranger mentioned might be more challenging than the popular routes. "You won't see many people out there," he said with a grin, "but keep an eye out for wildlife." He didn't specify what kind. Riley and I had been friends since college. She was the adventurous one, the type who would leap before looking, while I always erred on the side of caution. She loved to push boundaries, and this trip was no different. She wanted to veer off the trail, explore the less trodden paths, and find something that no one else had seen. Against my better judgment, I agreed. I wish I hadn't. The first day started off perfectly. The sun blazed high in the sky, casting long shadows over the canyon walls, and the air buzzed with the sound of insects. We laughed, took pictures, and made steady progress toward a ridge where we planned to camp. Late that afternoon, while cutting across a dry creek bed, Riley spotted something half buried in the sand. "Check this out," she called, crouching down. She brushed the dirt away to reveal what looked like a small carved figure, a crude depiction of a humanoid figure, its features distorted, with a gaping mouth and elongated limbs. The wood was dark, almost black, and seemed to glisten in the sunlight. "It's probably just an old souvenir," I said, uneasy for reasons I couldn't explain. "We should leave it," but Riley being Riley, she ignored me. "It's amazing," she said, turning it over in her hands. "This has to be Navajo or something." A relic. Her excitement made me uncomfortable. I tried to insist we leave it behind, but she shoved it into her pack with a laugh and kept walking. "Don't be such a buzzkill," she said. "It's probably just some old trinket." That night, as we sat around a small fire on the ridge, the wind picked up. It howled through the canyon like a living thing, carrying with it a strange, mournful sound that didn't quite match the rhythm of the breeze. Riley seemed distracted, staring into the fire with an intensity I'd never seen before. "You okay?" I asked. She didn't respond right away. When she finally looked at me, her eyes seemed off. They were her eyes, but there was something in them I didn't recognize, something feral. "I'm fine," she said, her voice low and clipped. Then she stood abruptly and walked away from the fire, disappearing into the darkness. I called after her, but she didn't answer. Panic bubbled in my chest as I grabbed a flashlight and followed her tracks. I found her about 50 yards from camp, standing perfectly still, staring into the night. When I touched her shoulder, she flinched violently, like she didn't recognize me. "Riley, what the hell are you doing?" I demanded. She shook her head and muttered something I couldn't understand. "It's watching," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. "What's watching?" She didn't answer. Instead, she turned and walked back to camp without another word. I didn't sleep much that night, and when I did, my dreams were filled with shadows and whispers. The next morning, Riley was different. She moved with a stiffness that didn't match her usual energy, and her face was pale, her eyes bloodshot. She barely spoke, and when she did, her sentences were short and cryptic. I asked if she was feeling sick, but she just shrugged it off. As we packed up and continued down the trail, her behavior grew stranger. She would stop abruptly, sniffing the air like an animal, her head cocked as if listening for something I couldn't hear. At one point, she darted off the trail without explanation, forcing me to chase after her. When I caught up, she was crouched low to the ground, staring at a cluster of animal bones arranged in a circle. "Riley, you're scaring me," I said, grabbing her arm. She yanked it away with a strength that startled me. "You don't understand," she hissed, her voice trembling. "It's close. What's close?" "What are you talking about?" But she didn't answer. She just stood and walked back to the trail as if nothing had happened. By late afternoon, I was seriously considering turning back. Riley was barely speaking, and when she did, it was in a language I didn't recognize. Her movements had become jerky, almost animalistic, and she kept glancing over her shoulder as if something was following us. I decided we needed to stop and rest, but Riley refused. "We can't stop," she said, her voice low and urgent. "It's coming. What's coming?" I demanded, my patience fraying. She turned to me, and for the first time I noticed something horrifying. Her eyes weren't the same. They were darker, the whites tinged with an unnatural yellow, and her pupils had elongated into slits. "We have to keep moving," she growled, her voice barely human. I backed away, my mind racing. "Riley, we need to get help." "You're not well." She bared her teeth, actual teeth, sharp and jagged, and let out a guttural snarl that froze me in place. Then she bolted into the brush, faster than I thought possible. I hesitated, torn between chasing her and running in the opposite direction. My heart was pounding, and every instinct screamed at me to get out of there. But she was my best friend. I couldn't just leave her. I followed her tracks through the dense scrub, the sun dipping lower with every passing minute. The wind picked up again, carrying that same mournful wail I'd heard the night before. The shadows deepened, and I felt like the canyon was closing in around me. I found her near the edge of a rocky outcrop, crouched low, her back to me. Her hands were clawing at the dirt, and her shoulders heaved with each ragged breath. "Riley," I said softly, stepping closer. She whipped around, and my blood turned to ice. Her face was barely recognizable. Her skin was ashen, her eyes fully yellow, and her mouth twisted into a grotesque snarl. She lunged at me, and I barely managed to dodge, tripping over a rock and landing hard on my back. She stood over me, her body convulsing as if fighting itself. For a moment, I thought she might snap out of it, but then she let out an ear-splitting scream and lunged again. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my lungs burning as I sprinted back toward the trail. The sounds of her pursuit, heavy footsteps, guttural growls were right behind me. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, dodging rocks and branches, my mind racing with terror. Finally, I saw it, the trailhead in the distance. My truck was parked just beyond it. I pushed myself harder, the sound of her snarls growing fainter as I neared the vehicle. When I reached it, I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. Riley was standing at the edge of the trailhead, her body hunched and trembling, her glowing yellow eyes fixed on me. I drove straight to the nearest ranger station and reported what happened. A search team went out the next day, but found no trace of Riley. It's been months, and I still don't know what happened to her. I don't know if she's alive, if she's human. But I do know one thing. If you're ever hiking in the canyons of Texas and come across something that doesn't feel right, leave it alone. Story 5. My name is Ethan Carter, and I thought I'd seen everything nature had to offer. I've trekked through snowy peaks, dense forests, and barren deserts, chasing sunsets and stories for my travel blog. But nothing I've experienced, nothing prepared me for the Marfa Lights. What was supposed to be a quiet, solitary hike in the Texas desert turned into a nightmare I still can't explain. It started like any other trip. I'd heard about the mysterious ghost lights in Marfa, Texas, strange, floating orbs that locals and tourists alike had seen for over a century. They sounded like a cool story, and I figured I'd turn the experience into a fun blog post. I didn't really believe in the supernatural, but the idea of seeing something so iconic was too good to pass up. I drove out to Marfa on a Friday morning, the desert stretching endlessly around me. By the time I arrived at the trailhead, the sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink. The area was quiet, eerily so. No other hikers, no cars, just me and the wilderness. It was exactly the kind of solitude I'd been craving. The trail itself wasn't much a dusty path winding through the desert, dotted with scraggly bushes and the occasional cactus. I planned to hike a few miles, set up camp, and wait for nightfall to see the lights. I brought a camera, a journal, and enough supplies to last a couple of days. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature plummeted. I bundled up in my jacket and sat near my small campfire, staring out at the vast, empty expanse of the desert. That's when I saw the first light. It was faint at first, a pinprick of bluish-white against the growing darkness. At first, I thought it was a distant car, but it didn't move like one. It hovered, then zigzagged slowly across the horizon before disappearing. A few minutes later, another light appeared, then another, each one brighter and more erratic than the last. I grabbed my camera, heart pounding with excitement. This was it, the Marfa lights in all their strange, inexplicable glory. I snapped a few photos, but the lights were elusive, disappearing the moment I tried to focus on them. Frustrated, I set the camera down and just watched. The lights began to multiply, dancing across the desert in a mesmerizing display. They were closer now, no longer on the horizon but weaving between the distant hills. I stood, unable to look away. That's when I noticed something odd. They weren't random. They were moving in a pattern, almost like they were leading somewhere. I don't know why I did it. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe something in my mind wasn't fully my own anymore. But I grabbed my flashlight and stepped off the trail, following the lights into the darkness. The desert felt different off the path. The air was colder, heavier, and every sound seemed amplified. The crunch of my boots, the whisper of the wind, the distant howl of a coyote. The lights stayed just ahead, always out of reach, teasing me like they wanted me to follow. I told myself I'd only go a little farther, just far enough to see where they led. An hour passed, maybe more. The lights grew brighter, closer, until I could almost touch them. They hovered in the air like glowing fireflies, pulsating with an energy I could feel in my chest. I reached out, and as my fingers brushed one of the orbs, it vanished. That's when I realized how quiet it had become. The wind had stopped, and even the distant sounds of wildlife had faded. It was just me, the lights, and the oppressive silence. Then I saw it, a shape in the distance, silhouetted against the faint glow of the lights. At first, I thought it was a rock formation, but as I got closer, I realized it was a structure. It looked ancient, made of stone, partially buried in the desert sand. The lights clustered around it, their glow illuminating strange carvings etched into the walls. I should have turned back. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but I couldn't. The lights pulsed rhythmically, drawing me closer, their glow reflecting off the carvings. The symbols were unlike anything I'd ever seen, twisted, spiraling shapes that seemed to shift when I looked away. I stepped inside. The air in the structure was suffocating, thick with a metallic tang that made my skin crawl. The walls seemed to hum faintly, vibrating with a low, almost imperceptible frequency. The lights moved ahead, floating down a narrow passage that led deeper into the structure. I followed, each step feeling heavier than the last. The passage opened into a cavernous chamber, the ceiling lost in shadows. The lights gathered in the center of the room, swirling together into a blindingly bright orb. I shielded my eyes, and that's when I heard it, a voice, low and guttural, speaking words I couldn't understand. The orb began to dim, and in its place stood a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, with a body that seemed to flicker between solid and translucent. Its face was a shifting void, a darkness that seemed to suck in the light around it. It moved toward me with a fluid, unnatural grace, its form rippling like water. I stumbled back, my flashlight clattering to the ground. The figure stopped, tilting its head as if studying me. Then it spoke again, the words reverberating in my skull like a physical force. I don't know what it said, but the meaning was clear. I wasn't supposed to be there. The lights began to shift, circling me like predators. The air grew heavier, pressing against my chest, making it hard to breathe. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing in the chamber as the lights followed, their glow growing brighter and more frantic. The passage seemed longer on the way out, twisting and turning in ways it hadn't before. My head throbbed with every step, the low hum of the walls growing louder, almost deafening. The lights swarmed around me, their touch burning like fire whenever they grazed my skin. I burst out of the structure and into the open desert, gasping for air. The lights followed, spreading out around me, blocking every direction. I spun in circles, searching for an escape, but they closed in, forcing me back toward the structure. Desperate, I grabbed a rock and hurled it at the closest light. It struck the orb, which shattered like glass, its fragments dissolving into the air. The other lights faltered, flickering like dying flames. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran, ignoring the pain in my legs, the burning in my lungs. The lights didn't follow this time. I didn't stop running until I saw the faint outline of the trailhead in the distance. My truck was parked there, a lifeline in the darkness. I jumped in, started the engine, and didn't look back. When I finally reached the safety of my motel room, I checked my camera, hoping I'd captured something, anything, to make sense of what I'd seen. But every photo was blank, the memory card corrupted. The only thing I have is a faint scar on my arm, where one of the lights touched me. I don't know what the Marfa lights are, but they're not harmless. They're not just some quirky desert phenomenon. They're something older, something darker, and they don't like to be disturbed. Story 6. My name is Grace Mitchell, and hiking alone has always been my way of resetting. There's something about the quiet of the wilderness that drowns out the chaos of the world, giving me space to think. I've trekked all over Texas, from the hill country to the piney woods, but it was out in the remote expanse of the Chizos Mountains in Big Bend that I found something I wasn't ready for, something I can't forget, no matter how much I try. It started as a weekend trip, a quick getaway from work and the endless drone of city life. I'd planned an ambitious solo route through the mountains, starting at the Basin Trail and cutting into the backcountry. The Chizos are rugged and remote, and that's exactly what I wanted. I wasn't worried. I had my gear, plenty of water, and a reliable GPS. What could go wrong? The first day was everything I'd hoped for. The sky was a brilliant blue, the air warm but dry, and the trail went through breathtaking scenery, desert scrub giving way to towering cliffs and hidden valleys. By late afternoon, I'd set up camp in a small clearing surrounded by juniper trees, the mountains looming in the distance. I ate a quick meal, watched the sunset turn the sky to gold and purple, and crawled into my tent, feeling content. It was sometime after midnight when I heard it. A voice, a soft, melodic singing that drifted through the darkness, so faint I thought I was dreaming. It was beautiful, almost hypnotic, and it didn't seem to come from any one direction. I sat up in my sleeping bag, straining to listen. The melody grew louder, clearer, and I could make out words, but not in any language I recognized. It was haunting, and yet, something about it sent chills down my spine. "Hello," I called out, unzipping the tent and peering into the night. The singing stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. The usual sounds of the wilderness, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of insects were gone, replaced by a stillness so complete it made my ears ring. I stepped out of the tent, gripping my flashlight tightly, and swept the beam across the clearing. Nothing. Just the empty trees and the faint outline of the mountains under the starlit sky. Then the voice came again. But this time it wasn't singing. It was my voice. "Hello," it repeated, mimicking my tone perfectly. My stomach dropped. The sound came from just beyond the clearing, in the dense shadows of the trees. My first thought was that someone was playing a cruel joke, but I was miles from the nearest trailhead, deep in the backcountry. There was no one else out here. At least, there wasn't supposed to be. "Who's there?" I called, my voice shaky. "Who's there?" The voice echoed back, eerily identical. My skin crawled as I realized it wasn't an echo. The timing was wrong, the inflection off, like someone trying too hard to sound natural. The flashlight trembled in my hand as I stepped toward the edge of the clearing, my heart pounding in my chest. That's when I saw it. A figure stood just inside the tree line, half hidden by the shadows. It was tall, too tall, with long limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Its body was covered in mottled, hairless skin that gleamed in the moonlight, stretched tight over bones that jutted out in sharp, unnatural angles. But it was its face, or lack of one, that made my blood run cold. Where there should have been eyes, a nose, and a mouth, there was only smooth, pale skin, like a mannequin left unfinished. And yet it spoke. "Come closer," it said in my voice. "Perfectly." I stumbled back, my flashlight flickering as fear clawed at my chest. The creature tilted its head, the motion jerky, almost curious, and took a step forward. Its long fingers curled around a branch, the claws scraping against the bark with a sound that made my teeth ache. "Don't run," it said, still using my voice, though now it carried a mocking lilt. "Stay with me." I didn't think. I just turned and ran. The forest was a blur as I sprinted down the trail, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. The flashlight beam bounced wildly, casting shifting shadows that seemed to reach for me. Behind me, I heard it crashing through the underbrush, moving impossibly fast, its voice rising in a distorted version of the melody I'd heard earlier. "Don't go," it sang, the words twisted and warped. "Stay with me." Its voice wasn't beautiful anymore. It was guttural, broken, like the sound of something trying to remember how to be human. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The trail twisted and turned, the darkness pressing in from all sides, and I realized with growing horror that I wasn't sure where I was going. My GPS was in my pack, but I didn't dare stop to grab it. The creature's footsteps were right behind me, heavy and deliberate, its laughter, a chilling mimic of my own, echoing through the trees. Then the ground gave way beneath me. I tumbled down a steep incline, the world spinning as rocks and branches tore at my skin. I hit the bottom hard, the air knocked from my lungs. For a moment I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, the pain radiating through my body. When I finally managed to sit up, the flashlight was gone, the darkness absolute. But the voice was still there. Closer, it whispered, the sound coming from everywhere and nowhere. "I'm waiting." I scrambled to my feet, my hands groping for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around a jagged rock, and I gripped it tightly, my back pressed against the cold earth of the ravine wall. The footsteps grew louder, slower now, as if it knew I had nowhere to go. Then it appeared at the top of the ravine, silhouetted against the faint glow of the moon. Its head tilted again, as if studying me, and it began to climb down, its long limbs moving with a terrifying grace. Desperate, I hurled the rock with all my strength. It struck the creature's chest, and it let out a screech, a high, piercing sound that made my ears ring. For a moment, it froze, its body twitching, and I seized the chance to climb out of the ravine, my fingers clawing at the loose dirt and rocks. I don't know how I made it out, but when I reached the top, I didn't stop. I ran until the first light of dawn began to break through the trees, the creature's voice fading into the distance. When I finally stumbled back onto the main trail, my legs gave out and I collapsed, trembling and gasping for air. I never went back for my gear. I left everything, my tent, my pack, even my phone behind. I didn't care. All I cared about was getting as far away from that thing as possible. To this day, I don't know what it was. A skinwalker, maybe, or something else entirely. All I know is that it used my voice, my face, to lure me closer, to keep me in those woods. Story 7. My name is Carly Benson, and I used to love hiking alone. There was something about the solitude, the way the world shrank to just me, the trail and the rhythm of my footsteps, that felt like freedom. That all changed last summer when I ventured into the mesquite thickets of South Texas. What I experienced out there still keeps me awake at night. If I'd known what was waiting for me, I never would have gone. It was supposed to be a simple day hike. I'd been staying in Lerdo for work, and a local mentioned a trail system just outside of town. The Mesquite Thickets, he'd called it, a maze of narrow paths winding through the low, scraggly trees that stretched for miles. It sounded perfect, off the beaten path, quiet and remote. Exactly what I needed to clear my head. I set out early that morning, the air already heavy with heat and the faint smell of creosote. The trailhead was unassuming, just a dusty parking area with a weathered sign warning hikers to stay on marked paths. I slung my pack over my shoulder, checked my water bottle, and started down the trail. The mesquite trees arched overhead, their twisted branches forming a canopy that cast dappled shadows on the ground. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the occasional chirp of a bird. About an hour in, I spotted something odd, a child's shoe lying in the middle of the trail. It was small, pink, and scuffed, like it had been there for a while. I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone else. Just the endless stretch of mesquite trees and dry grass swaying in the breeze. It was strange, but I brushed it off. Kids lose things all the time, right? Another mile or so down the trail, I heard a faint voice calling out. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but then it came again, clearer this time. Help! I froze, my heart pounding. It was a child's voice, high-pitched and trembling. I scanned the trees, but I couldn't see anything. The voice called out again, further off the trail this time. Help me! Without thinking, I stepped off the path, pushing through the mesquite branches that snagged at my clothes. The voice grew louder as I stumbled deeper into the thickets, the dry grass whispering against my legs. I'm coming, I shouted, trying to sound calm. Just keep calling so I can find you. But as I got closer, something about the voice felt wrong. The tone was off, like someone trying to sound like a child but not quite getting it right. And it was repeating the same words over and over. Help me. Help me. The more I listened, the more it grated on my nerves, a mimicry that sent a shiver down my spine. I stopped, suddenly unsure. Where are you? I called, my voice trembling. For a moment, there was silence. Then the voice answered, but this time it wasn't a child. It was my voice. Where are you? It echoed, the words warped and hollow. I staggered back, my stomach lurching. That wasn't possible. My breath came in shallow gasps as I scanned the thickets, but I couldn't see anything. The mesquite trees pressed in around me, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky. The air felt heavier now, stifling, and every instinct screamed at me to turn back. I spun around, trying to retrace my steps, but the way was blocked. The trail was gone, swallowed by the dense brush. Panic set in as I realized I was completely lost. I fumbled for my phone, but there was no signal, not even a single bar. Then I heard it again, closer this time. Where are you? The voice was coming from just behind me. I whirled around, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The beam cut through the shadows, illuminating nothing but twisted branches and dry grass. Who's there? I demanded, my voice cracking. Silence. Then faintly from the left, help me, I ran. I didn't care where I was going anymore. I just needed to get away from that voice. The mesquite thickets tore at my arms and legs as I sprinted through the dense undergrowth, the sound of my ragged breaths drowning out everything else. But no matter how far I ran, the voice followed, echoing from every direction. Help me. Where are you? Help me. It wasn't just imitating voices anymore. It was laughing. A low, guttural chuckle that made my skin crawl. I tripped over a root and hit the ground hard, the impact jarring my shoulder. Pain shot through me, but I scrambled to my feet, my flashlight flickering in the dirt. That's when I saw it. It was crouched in the shadows, half hidden by the mesquite branches. Its body was wrong, too long, too thin, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Its skin was pale and leathery, stretched tight over bones that jutted out like knives. But its face was the worst. It didn't have one. Just a smooth, featureless surface where its eyes and mouth should have been. It cocked its head like it was studying me, then opened its mouth, or what should have been its mouth. The sound that came out wasn't human. It was a distorted, garbled echo of my own voice. Don't leave me, it said, the words twisting and breaking as it crawled closer. I grabbed a branch from the ground and swung it wildly, the sharp crack echoing through the thickets. The thing stopped, tilting its head again, almost curious. Then it lunged. I screamed and ran, my legs burning as I pushed myself to keep moving. The thing was fast, its long limbs propelling it through the brush with terrifying speed. I could hear it behind me, the crunch of branches and its distorted laughter growing louder. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I stumbled into a clearing. The sunlight was blinding after the darkness of the thickets, and for a moment I thought I'd made it. But then I heard it again, that awful laugh, coming from the edge of the trees. I spotted a large rock near the center of the clearing and scrambled onto it, clutching the branch like a weapon. The thing emerged from the shadows, its head tilting back and forth as it circled me. It moved slowly now, like it was toying with me, enjoying the chase. Help me, it said in a voice that wasn't mine this time. It sounded like the child again, but even more distorted, the words slurred and broken. Stay back, I shouted, swinging the branch as it came closer. It didn't stop. Its featureless face seemed to ripple as it climbed onto the rock, its long fingers reaching for me. Desperate, I swung the branch with all my strength, hitting it square in the chest. It let out an ear-piercing shriek and stumbled back, its body convulsing. That was my chance. I jumped off the rock and ran, not looking back. The clearing led to a faint trail, and I followed it blindly, my lungs burning and my heart pounding. When I finally saw the parking lot in the distance, tears of relief streamed down my face. I didn't stop running until I was in my car with the doors locked. I sat there for what felt like hours, shaking and staring at the trailhead. The mesquite thickets were still and silent, as if nothing had happened. Story 8. My name is Travis Kane, and I've spent most of my life outdoors. Camping, hiking, hunting, I've done it all. There's a peace in nature that I've always found grounding. But after what happened to me in the hill country of Texas last fall, I've come to realize that not everything out there is meant to bring peace. Some things watch, some things wait, and some things hunt. I'd heard about the trails near Pedernales Falls State Park from a buddy who swore it was one of the most beautiful places in the state. He wasn't wrong. The rolling hills, the clear streams, and the golden light filtering through the oak and juniper trees made it feel like something out of a postcard. I decided to take a solo weekend trip, 2 nights in the backcountry, away from cell service, just me and the wilderness. I arrived late Friday afternoon and hiked a few miles in before setting up camp. The first night was uneventful. The air was cool, and the stars were bright enough to light the ground. I sat by my fire, listening to the distant call of an owl, and fell asleep to the soothing sound of the wind rustling through the trees. It was everything I'd hoped for. The next morning, I packed up and started along a trail that followed a creek deeper into the hills. By midday, I came across something odd. A clearing where the grass had been trampled flat, the dirt churned up like something heavy had passed through. There were hoofprints everywhere, dozens of them, crisscrossing the clearing in chaotic patterns. At first, I thought it was a herd of deer, but the prints were strange. Too large, and the spacing between them didn't make sense. It looked like whatever made them had walked on two legs. I laughed it off, telling myself it was probably just erosion or some kind of trick of the light. I'd seen deer tracks before, and these couldn't have been anything else. Still, the sight left me uneasy. I snapped a quick photo with my phone and moved on. By late afternoon, the trail grew narrower and the trees denser. The air felt heavier, and the usual sounds of the forest, birds, insects, the occasional rustle of small animals, seemed muted. That's when I saw them. A small group of deer stood just off the trail, their bodies half hidden among the trees. At first glance, they looked normal, tall, graceful, with tan coats that blended perfectly with the underbrush. But something was off. They weren't moving. They weren't grazing or flicking their ears like deer usually do. They just stood there, perfectly still, their heads turned toward me. And then I saw their faces. My breath caught in my throat. Their faces weren't right. They were too flat, almost human, with eyes that were too large and unblinking. Their mouths hung open slightly, revealing rows of small, white teeth that didn't belong on an animal. One of them tilted its head, and the movement was jerky, unnatural, like a puppet on a string. I froze, gripping the straps of my pack. My instincts screamed at me to turn around, but I couldn't move. The deer didn't make a sound. They just stared, their black eyes reflecting the faint light filtering through the trees. After what felt like an eternity, one of them stepped forward. Its movement was slow and deliberate, its hooves clicking softly against the rocky ground. That broke the spell. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my pack, and hurried down the trail without looking back. My heart was pounding, and every shadow seemed to shift and move as I pushed myself to go faster. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I'd seen something weird and my mind had exaggerated it. By the time I reached a new clearing and set up camp for the night, I'd almost convinced myself I was being ridiculous. Almost. The firelight felt weak against the encroaching darkness, and the silence of the forest was oppressive. As I ate a quick dinner, I kept glancing over my shoulder, my nerves on edge. That's when I heard it, the soft, rhythmic sound of hooves on dirt. It started faint, almost like an echo, but grew louder closer. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the sound. At first, I saw nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind. Then the beam caught something, eyes, dozens of them, glowing in the dark like coals. The deer were back. They stood just outside the ring of light cast by the fire, their unblinking eyes fixed on me. I could feel their gaze, heavy and suffocating as they stood there, motionless. My hands shook as I reached for the hatchet strapped to my pack. "Go away," I shouted, my voice cracking. The deer didn't move. But then one of them opened its mouth, and the sound that came out wasn't a deer's bleat. It was a low, guttural moan that rose and fell like a broken melody. Another joined in, and then another, until the air was filled with the horrible, discordant sound. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my hatchet, stomped out the fire, and bolted into the darkness. The flashlight bobbed wildly in my hand as I ran, the beam catching glimpses of trees and rocks and, occasionally, those terrible eyes. The sound of the hooves grew louder, closer, like they were running alongside me. I stumbled over a root and went sprawling, the flashlight flying out of my hand. Scrambling to my feet, I spotted the beam of light a few yards away, illuminating the nearest tree. Standing beside it was one of the deer. It was inches away, close enough for me to see the fine, wiry hairs on its face and the dark, viscous liquid dripping from its open mouth. Its head jerked to the side, and for the first time it made a sound that almost resembled laughter, a wet, choking noise that made bile rise in my throat. I swung the hatchet wildly, the blade connecting with its neck. The thing let out a screech, a high-pitched wail that seemed to reverberate through the trees. Black liquid sprayed from the wound as it staggered back, its body convulsing. The others didn't like that. They surged forward, their eyes glowing brighter, their movements faster and more erratic. I grabbed the flashlight and ran, tears streaming down my face as the wails and hoofbeats chased me through the darkness. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes. Hours. The world was a blur of trees and shadows, my lungs burning and my legs screaming for rest. Just when I thought I couldn't go any farther, I saw it, the trailhead. My truck was parked just beyond, a beacon of salvation in the endless dark. I threw myself into the driver's seat and locked the doors, fumbling with the keys. The engine roared to life, and I slammed on the gas, tearing out of the lot without a second glance. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, the rising sun painting the horizon in shades of orange and gold. Only then did I pull over, my hands still shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. I don't know what I saw in those thickets, but I know it wasn't natural. Those weren't deer. They weren't animals. They were something else, something ancient and wrong, wearing the shape of deer like a mask. Story 9. My name is Jake Allen, and I've always loved the untamed beauty of East Texas. There's something about the dense forests and winding trails that feels alive, like the land has a soul of its own. I've hiked all over the piney woods, from well-worn paths to the hidden corners where few people dare to go. But after what happened to me last spring, I'll never set foot in those woods again. It started as an ordinary day. I had a Saturday off, and the weather was perfect, cool, with just enough sunlight breaking through the clouds to cast golden beams through the trees. I decided to explore a section of the Angelina National Forest I hadn't been to before, a remote area marked by steep ravines and tangled underbrush. The trail wasn't well marked, but I'd done my research and had a map and compass. I wasn't worried. The first few miles were peaceful. The forest was alive with the sound of birds and the rustle of leaves, the air fresh with the smell of pine and earth. The trail twisted and turned through the woods, leading me deeper into the heart of the forest. By midday, I'd reached a ravine, its steep walls covered in moss and vines. A narrow path went along the edge, just wide enough to walk single file. It was challenging terrain, but nothing I couldn't handle. That's when I saw the first sign that something was wrong. A deer carcass lay just off the trail, its body twisted and broken as if it had been dropped from a great height. The skin was gone, stripped clean, leaving only raw muscle and exposed bone. Flies buzzed around the corpse, but there was no smell of decay, just the faint, metallic tang of blood. The sight made my stomach turn, but I told myself it was probably a predator, maybe a mountain lion or a pack of coyotes. Still, the way the flesh had been stripped so clean didn't sit right. I pushed on, trying to shake the unease that clung to me like a shadow. The ravine grew deeper, the path narrowing as the walls closed in. The sunlight barely reached the bottom, leaving the area cloaked in a dim, eerie light. The forest grew quieter too. The birdsong faded, and the rustle of leaves gave way to an oppressive silence that made my skin crawl. That's when I heard it. A low, wet sound, like something dragging across the ground. It came from somewhere up ahead, faint but distinct, echoing off the walls of the ravine. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound grew louder, closer, and I realized it wasn't just one thing moving. It was several, their movements uneven and disjointed. I stepped off the trail, crouching behind a cluster of bushes, and waited. The sound grew louder still, a sickening mix of dragging and shuffling, accompanied by a faint, wet gurgling. My breath caught as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was massive, easily 7 feet tall, its body grotesque and unnatural. It had no skin. None. Every muscle, every vein, every tendon was exposed, glistening wet and red in the dim light. Its arms were long and gangly, ending in hands with sharp, bony fingers. Its head was misshapen, its jaw hanging slightly open to reveal jagged teeth, stained dark. The thing moved awkwardly, its limbs jerking and twitching as if it didn't quite know how to use its body. I stayed perfectly still, my heart hammering in my chest as the creature dragged itself down the trail. Its movements were slow, but there was an awful purpose to them, like it was searching for something. Its head turned side to side, its exposed muscles flexing with each step, and the gurgling sound grew louder, almost like a low growl. Then it stopped. Its head snapped toward the bushes where I was hiding. I held my breath, my entire body frozen with fear. The creature tilted its head, its hollow, dark eyes scanning the area. For a moment, I thought it had seen me. Then it let out a low, guttural sound and continued down the trail, its twisted form disappearing into the shadows. I stayed crouched behind the bushes, my mind racing. What the hell had I just seen? Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to get the hell out of there. But the path behind me was steep and treacherous, and I wasn't sure I could make it back before dark. The only option was to press on, to find another way out of the ravine. I waited until the sound of the creature had faded, then stepped back onto the trail. My legs were shaking, but I forced myself to move, every step sending a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. The air felt heavier now, the forest darker, and the faint smell of blood lingered in the air. I hadn't gone far when I heard it again, the dragging, the shuffling, closer this time. My heart sank as I realized it wasn't just ahead of me. It was behind me too. There was more than one. Panic surged through me, and I broke into a run, my boots slipping on the loose dirt as I tore down the trail. The sound of pursuit was immediate, the creatures moving faster now, their wet growls echoing off the ravine walls. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, my lungs burning, my mind screaming for an escape. The trail twisted sharply, and I nearly fell as I rounded a corner and came to a dead stop. Another one of the creatures stood in the middle of the path, its grotesque form blocking the way. Its head snapped toward me, its jaw opening wide in a horrible, wet scream that sent chills down my spine. I turned and bolted into the forest, leaving the trail behind. Branches tore at my clothes and scratched my face as I pushed through the underbrush, the creatures crashing through the trees behind me. Their growls were deafening now, a guttural cacophony that seemed to come from every direction. I spotted a fallen tree ahead, its massive trunk bridging a narrow gap in the ravine. Without thinking, I scrambled onto it, the wood slick and rotting beneath my hands. The creatures were close, too close, and I could feel the ground trembling as they closed in. Just as I reached the middle of the log, one of them burst through the trees. It lunged at the tree, its claws raking the bark as it tried to pull itself up. I kicked at its hand, the exposed muscle tearing as it lost its grip, and fell into the ravine below with a sickening thud. The others weren't far behind. I scrambled across the log, nearly slipping as the wood cracked beneath me, and threw myself onto solid ground. I didn't stop running until I saw the faint glimmer of sunlight through the trees, the edge of the forest just ahead. I burst out onto the road, collapsing onto the pavement as my legs gave out beneath me. My body was shaking, my clothes torn and bloodied, but I didn't care. I was alive. Story 10. My name is Lee Morgan, and I've always been a fan of solo hiking. There's something about being alone in the wilderness that makes the world feel simpler, quieter. But after my trip to a remote section of the piney woods in East Texas last fall, I've realized that silence can hide things you're not prepared for, things you can't explain, and things you can't forget. It was supposed to be a quick overnight hike. The weather was perfect: cool air, clear skies, and the vibrant reds and yellows of fall blanketing the forest. I'd heard about a hidden trail from a coworker, one that led deep into the woods, far from the busier routes. They said it was beautiful, unspoiled, the kind of place where you could feel like you were the only person for miles. Exactly what I was looking for. I set out early, parking at a small gravel lot at the edge of the forest. The trailhead was barely visible, just a faint path cutting through the trees. The first few hours were uneventful. The trail went through towering pines and dense undergrowth, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in golden beams. I didn't see another soul, which suited me fine. It was just me, the sound of my boots crunching on the leaves and the occasional chirp of a bird. By late afternoon, the trail had grown fainter, the forest denser. I realized I must have strayed from the main path, but I wasn't too concerned. I had my GPS and plenty of daylight left to find a good spot to set up camp. That's when I saw it. A small shack, barely visible through the trees, its weathered boards blending with the surrounding forest. It was tiny, no bigger than a one-room cabin, with a sagging roof and walls that looked like they might collapse if you so much as leaned against them. I stopped, staring at it, my stomach tightening with unease. It didn't make sense. There shouldn't have been anything out here. No cabins, no structures, nothing. But there it was. Curiosity got the better of me. I approached cautiously, the leaves crunching underfoot seeming too loud in the sudden stillness. The closer I got, the worse the air smelled, a faint, metallic tang mixed with the earthy scent of decay. My steps slowed, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. But something kept pulling me forward. The front door was slightly ajar, hanging crooked on its rusted hinges. I peeked inside, my heart hammering in my chest. The interior was dark, lit only by slivers of sunlight streaming through the gaps in the walls. The room was empty, save for a rickety table and a few broken chairs. At first glance, it looked abandoned. But then I saw the blood. A thin, dried trail of it, starting near the door and leading across the floorboards to a spot in the center of the room. My stomach churned as I stepped inside, the floor creaking under my weight. The smell was stronger now, the metallic tang almost overpowering. I followed the trail of blood to where it stopped abruptly at a square outline in the floor. A trapdoor. It was small, barely big enough for someone to fit through, with a rusted iron ring serving as a handle. My hands trembled as I reached for it, every part of me screaming to leave, to get out of that shack and never look back. But I couldn't. Something about it demanded to be seen, like it wouldn't let me leave until I opened it. I pulled, the hinges groaning in protest, and the door swung open. The smell hit me like a physical blow: rot, decay, and something worse, something I can't even describe. I gagged, stepping back as my flashlight beam illuminated the darkness below. The hole was deep, the sides lined with dirt and rotting wood, and at the bottom lay bones. Dozens of them. Some were small, animal maybe, but others were unmistakably human. My stomach twisted as I backed away, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. I needed to leave, to get out of that shack and as far away as possible. But as I turned, the door slammed shut. The sound echoed through the tiny room, and the temperature seemed to plummet. My breath came in short, visible bursts as I spun around, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The room was empty, but the atmosphere had changed, pressing in on me like a physical weight. Then I heard it. A faint shuffling sound coming from below. I froze, my flashlight trained on the trapdoor, the beam catching faint movement in the darkness. Something was down there, something alive. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that sent chills racing down my spine. I bolted for the door, yanking it open and sprinting into the forest. The sound of wood splintering followed me, and I didn't dare look back. My mind raced as I tore through the undergrowth, my lungs burning and my legs screaming in protest. The growling grew louder, closer, and I could hear heavy footsteps crashing through the woods behind me. I tripped over a root, hitting the ground hard and losing my flashlight. Scrambling to my feet, I risked a glance over my shoulder. In the faint light of the fallen flashlight, I saw it. A figure, hunched and twisted, its limbs unnaturally long, its skin pale and stretched tight over protruding bones. Its face was hollow, the eyes sunken pits that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. It moved on all fours, its clawed hands tearing through the earth as it chased me. I grabbed the flashlight and ran, adrenaline surging through me as I pushed myself harder than I ever had before. The forest blurred around me, the trees a dark, endless tunnel. My only thought was to get back to the car, to put as much distance as I could between me and that thing. The footsteps behind me grew fainter, the growls receding into the distance, but I didn't stop. Not until I burst into the clearing where I'd parked, my car a welcome sight in the pale light of dawn. I jumped in, slamming the door and locking it, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life, and I tore out of there, not daring to look back. Story 11. My name is Mark Reynolds, and I've spent years hiking solo through some of the most remote areas in Texas. The wilderness has always been my refuge, a place where I could escape the noise of the world and find peace in the silence of nature. But last summer, during a trip to the vast, untamed reaches of the Big Thicket, I learned that some silences aren't peaceful. Some silences are dangerous. It started as a simple overnight hike. The Big Thicket had always fascinated me. Its dense forests, swampy lowlands, and maze-like trails seemed to promise an adventure. I'd planned my route carefully, packing light but with all the essentials, and set out early in the day. The trail was overgrown in places, but the solitude was exactly what I'd been craving. By late afternoon, I'd found the perfect campsite, a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, with just enough room for my tent and a fire pit. The evening started out quietly. I set up camp, cooked a quick meal, and sat by the fire, listening to the rustling of the trees and the distant calls of owls. The air was warm and heavy, carrying the earthy scent of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the darkness settled in, I felt completely at peace. That peace didn't last. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, disoriented. The fire had burned down to embers, casting faint, flickering shadows across the clearing. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me, but then I heard it, a soft rustling sound like footsteps in the underbrush. My stomach tightened as I sat up, straining to listen. The sound stopped, and for a long moment, there was nothing but the deafening silence of the woods. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No response, just the faint crackle of the dying fire. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, something harmless, and lay back down. But the unease lingered, and it took me a long time to fall asleep again. When I woke up at dawn, the first thing I noticed was the mess. My campsite had been ransacked. My pack was overturned, its contents strewn across the ground. Food wrappers were torn open, my water bottle punctured and leaking onto the dirt. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or maybe a bear, but then I saw the footprints. They weren't animal tracks. They were human, or at least, they looked human at first glance. Barefoot, with long, narrow toes that ended in claw-like impressions. The tracks circled my tent, stopping just at the entrance before veering off into the forest. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at them. Something about the way they moved, so deliberate, so calculated, made my skin crawl. Grabbing my flashlight, I followed the tracks a few yards into the woods. They were erratic, zigzagging between trees, but they all seemed to lead in the same direction, deeper into the thicket. I stopped when I saw it, a piece of cloth snagged on a low-hanging branch. It was a tattered strip of fabric, faded and frayed, but it didn't look like it had been there long. It was damp, and it smelled faintly metallic. Blood. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, to pack up and leave as fast as I could. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest seemed darker, the air heavier, and every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of fear through me. I turned back toward camp, my heart pounding, determined to leave before whatever had left those tracks came back. That's when I saw it. A figure, standing at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by the shadows of the trees. At first, I thought it was another hiker, lost like me, but something about the way it stood unnaturally still, its limbs too long, its posture too rigid, made me freeze. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there watching. "Hey," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you lost?" No response. I took a step closer, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The beam illuminated its face, or what should have been a face. Instead, there was only smooth, pale skin stretched tight over bone with no eyes, no mouth, no features at all. My breath caught in my throat as it moved. Not toward me, but around the clearing, circling the campsite in a slow, deliberate motion. Its limbs jerked unnaturally, its bare feet silent against the forest floor. The tracks. They were its tracks. "Stay back," I said, my voice barely audible. I reached for the knife on my belt, my hands shaking. The figure stopped, tilting its head as if it were studying me. Then, slowly, it raised one arm and pointed toward the trail, toward the direction I'd have to go to leave. "Get out," it said. The voice wasn't its own. It was mine. A perfect mimicry, down to the inflection and tone. Hearing it from that thing's featureless face made my stomach churn. I didn't wait. I bolted for the trail, my pack forgotten, my only thought to get as far away as possible. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees blurring as I ran. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps unnaturally loud, its voice calling after me in my own words, my own voice. "Don't run," it said. "Stay." I ran harder, my legs screaming in protest, my lungs burning. The trail twisted and turned, the dense underbrush tearing at my clothes, but I didn't stop. The footsteps grew fainter, the voice more distant, until finally I burst into the open, the trailhead just ahead. I collapsed beside my car, gasping for air, my hands trembling so badly I could barely grip the keys. When I looked back at the trail, the figure was there, standing just inside the tree line, its head tilted, watching. It didn't follow. I don't know how I made it out of the big thicket alive, and I don't want to think about what would have happened if I hadn't. Story 12. My name is Logan Pierce, and I used to think of myself as fearless. I've hiked through remote deserts, climbed towering peaks, and camped in forests so quiet it felt like the earth had stopped spinning. But there's a stretch of land in West Texas I'll never return to, not after what happened at the cabin. I don't even know if I escaped it, or if it just let me go. This was supposed to be a simple hike, nothing extreme. I had a free weekend and decided to explore an area near the Davis Mountains. It was a spot I'd read about online, quiet, secluded, with miles of rugged trails winding through rocky terrain. I'd packed light, just enough for an overnight trip, and set out early that Saturday morning. The day started off perfect. The air was crisp, the sky was a deep, endless blue, and the trail was everything I'd hoped for. I passed jagged cliffs, dry creek beds, and towering cacti that looked like they belonged in another world. By mid-afternoon, I was deep into the backcountry, the trail fading into a series of faint, winding paths. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a shadow on the horizon, a dark shape barely visible against the rocky hills. As I got closer, it became clearer. A small cabin, weathered and gray, standing alone in the middle of nowhere. There were no roads, no signs, nothing to suggest why it was there. Just the cabin, its wooden walls warped and cracked by the relentless Texas sun. Curiosity got the better of me. I told myself it might make a good shelter if the weather turned, or at the very least, a cool photo for my blog. I approached cautiously, the hair on the back of my neck standing up as I got closer. The door was slightly ajar, creaking softly in the wind. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the empty landscape. No response. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air was stale, thick with the smell of dust and decay. The interior was simple, a single room with a rickety wooden table, a chair, and a rusted stove in the corner. A faded rug covered part of the floor, its colors long since bleached out. It looked abandoned, untouched for decades. I walked over to the table and found a notebook lying there, its leather cover cracked and brittle. Flipping it open, I expected to find journal entries or sketches, something to explain who had lived here. But the pages were blank. All of them. Just a notebook filled with empty, yellowed paper. That's when I noticed something strange. The cabin was silent, too silent. Outside, the wind had been constant, rustling the dry grass and whistling through the hills. But inside there was nothing. No wind, no creaks, no sounds at all. It was like the walls were swallowing the noise. Uneasy, I decided to leave. But as I turned toward the door, my breath caught in my throat. The door wasn't there. I froze, my pulse racing. I was sure I'd left it open, propped against the wall, but now all I saw was a blank, unbroken stretch of wooden planks. I spun around, scanning the room. The table and chair were still there, the stove in the corner, the rug on the floor, but something was wrong. The walls were too far apart, the space larger than it had been when I entered. Panic set in. I walked around the room, running my hands over the walls, searching for a seam, a crack, anything that might explain what was happening. Then I heard it, a faint creak behind me like a footstep. I spun around, but the room was empty. "Hello," I called out again, my voice trembling. "Is someone there?" No answer. Just the silence, pressing down on me like a weight. I turned back to the wall, determined to find a way out. That's when I saw it, a door on the opposite side of the room. I hadn't noticed it before, but I didn't care. I rushed over, grabbed the handle and yanked it open. Instead of the open desert, I found another room. This one was different, smaller, with peeling wallpaper and a single, bare light bulb dangling from the ceiling. A narrow hallway stretched out from the far side, disappearing into darkness. I didn't want to go in, but staying in the first room felt worse. I stepped through the doorway, my boots echoing against the warped wooden floor. The door slammed shut behind me, and when I turned, it was gone. Just another wall, seamless and solid. The hallway stretched out before me, impossibly long. I walked cautiously, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight. Doors lined the walls, some open, some closed, but each one led to another room. A kitchen with a rotting sink. A bedroom with a bed frame stripped of its mattress. A bathroom with a cracked mirror that seemed to watch me as I passed. The farther I went, the more the rooms seemed to change. The walls warped, the angles wrong, as if the cabin were twisting in on itself. Shadows danced in the corners, though there was no light source. And the smell, it grew stronger, a mix of earth, mildew, and something metallic. I don't know how long I wandered. Time felt slippery, like it didn't exist inside the cabin. My flashlight began to flicker, its beam weak against the oppressive darkness. That's when I heard the voices. They were faint at first, whispers just beyond the edge of hearing. They came from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, everywhere at once. I couldn't make out the words, but their tone was mocking, almost playful. They laughed, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "What do you want?" The whispers stopped. For a moment, the silence returned, heavier than before. Then I heard the footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, echoing down the hallway behind me. I turned, my flashlight barely cutting through the dark. A shadow moved at the edge of the beam, tall and hunched, its limbs too long and its movements jerky, like a marionette on invisible strings. I ran. The hallway twisted and turned, the rooms blending together in a chaotic maze. Every time I thought I'd reached a dead end, a new door would appear, leading me deeper into the nightmare. The footsteps followed, unhurried but relentless, the shadow always just behind me. Finally, I burst into a room that felt different. The air was colder, and the floor was covered in dirt and dead leaves. In the center of the room was a trapdoor, its edges worn smooth by time. I didn't think. I just grabbed the handle and yanked it open, climbing down into the darkness. The tunnel beneath the cabin was narrow and damp, the walls closing in around me. I crawled through it, the whispers and footsteps fading behind me. After what felt like hours, I saw a faint light ahead. I pushed toward it, my lungs burning and my hands scraped raw. I emerged into the desert, the sun blinding after the darkness. Gasping for air, I looked around. The cabin was gone, just open land stretching out in every direction. I don't know how I made it out, and I don't want to know what would have happened if I hadn't. All I know is that the cabin wasn't just a place. It was alive, and it wanted me to stay. If you're ever hiking in West Texas and see an unmarked cabin, do yourself a favor, keep walking. Some doors aren't meant to be opened, and some places don't let you leave. Story 13. My name is Ryan Hale, and I've always been drawn to the solitude of the Texas wilderness. There's something about the endless skies and the quiet expanse of nature that feels grounding, almost therapeutic. But after what happened last winter in a remote corner of the Davis Mountains, I know some places aren't meant for people. Some places belong to something else entirely. It was supposed to be a straightforward overnight hike. I'd planned to explore an old, overgrown trail that wasn't on any official maps, but had been recommended by a local. It's rough, but worth it. The man had said at the gas station, his words tinged with a strange urgency. Just don't stay out there after dark. I should have listened. I set out early, the crisp winter air sharp but invigorating. The trail was faint, little more than a suggestion cutting through the dense scrub and jagged rock formations, but I liked the challenge. The landscape was breathtaking, rugged cliffs rising against the sky, dotted with ancient junipers and patches of desert grass. For most of the day, it felt like I had the entire world to myself. By late afternoon, the wind picked up, biting through my jacket and sending a shiver down my spine. The sky grew darker than it should have been at that hour, thick clouds rolling in and blotting out the sun. I glanced at my map and realized I was farther out than I'd planned. Turning back would mean hiking hours in the dark, so when I spotted the cabin nestled in a hollow below, it felt like a gift. It wasn't on the map, but that didn't seem unusual. Plenty of old hunting cabins and shacks were scattered across the region, remnants of a bygone era. As I made my way toward it, the sense of unease that had been growing all afternoon seemed to lift. Shelter, warmth, a place to ride out the night. The cabin was small and weathered, its wooden walls gray and splintered, the roof sagging slightly under the weight of time. But what struck me most were the lights. A warm, golden glow seeped through the cracks in the shutters and the gaps around the doorframe, as if a fire burned brightly inside. "Hello," I called as I approached, my voice swallowed by the wind. No response. I knocked on the door, the wood creaking under my fist. Still nothing. After a moment's hesitation, I pushed it open. The inside was strange. The air was warm, too warm, and it carried a faint metallic tang that set my teeth on edge. A fire burned in the stone hearth, its flames unnaturally bright, casting flickering shadows that seemed to move on their own. The cabin was sparsely furnished, a single table, a few mismatched chairs and a cot in the corner, the bedding neatly folded. It was the walls that stopped me cold. They were covered in symbols, carved deep into the wood. Circles, spirals, jagged lines that seemed to form patterns my eyes couldn't follow. They were everywhere, overlapping and intertwining, the carvings old but still sharp, as if someone had been maintaining them. A chill ran down my spine. "This isn't right," I muttered to myself, stepping back toward the door. That's when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping, like fingernails against glass. It was coming from the window behind me. I turned slowly, my stomach knotting as I saw the silhouette. A figure stood just outside, its shape obscured by the frost-covered glass. It was tall, unnaturally so, its limbs thin and angular. The tapping continued, deliberate and slow, each sound sending a jolt through my chest. "Who's there?" I called, my voice trembling. The tapping stopped. For a moment, there was only silence. Then the door slammed shut behind me, the force shaking the cabin and sending a gust of wind through the room. The fire flickered, its light dimming as the shadows on the walls grew darker, deeper. I spun around, my heart racing, and saw the symbols on the walls glowing faintly, their lines pulsing with a sickly green light. The warmth of the room vanished, replaced by a bone-deep cold that made my breath hang in the air. The metallic tang grew stronger, filling my mouth with the taste of copper. And then it spoke. Ryan, my name drawn out and distorted, came from everywhere and nowhere. The voice was layered, human and inhuman, low and guttural with an edge that made my skin crawl. "Why did you come here?" it asked, the words dripping with mockery. I grabbed my flashlight from my pack and shone it at the window, the beam cutting through the gloom. The figure was gone, but the shadows, they moved. They writhed along the walls, twisting and stretching like living things. The door creaked open behind me, and I turned to see nothing but the darkness of the forest beyond. My legs screamed at me to run, but I couldn't leave. Something was out there, waiting. I backed toward the hearth, the fire now a faint, flickering glow. The voice came again, closer this time. "Stay with us." The shadows on the walls coalesced, forming shapes, elongated limbs, hollow eyes, mouths that stretched impossibly wide. They moved toward me, slow and deliberate, their forms shifting as if they couldn't decide what they wanted to be. Desperate, I grabbed a chair and hurled it into the fire. The flames roared back to life, and the shadows recoiled, their shapes splintering and dissolving. The voice let out a furious growl, and the cabin shook, the symbols on the walls pulsing faster. I didn't wait. I bolted for the door, the cold air slicing into my lungs as I stumbled into the night. The wind howled, carrying with it whispers that weren't my own, voices calling my name in tones that made my blood run cold. The lights from the cabin followed me, spilling out into the forest, their golden glow distorted and wrong. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing against a tree as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. When I finally looked back, the cabin was gone. The hollow was empty, the earth undisturbed as if it had never been there at all. I made it back to my car that afternoon, my body bruised and battered, my mind reeling. I don't know what I walked into that night, but I know it wasn't human. The lights weren't a sign of warmth or safety. They were a lure, a beacon to something ancient and hungry. If you ever see a glowing cabin deep in the woods, no matter how cold or lost you feel, don't go inside. Because once it sees you, it won't let you leave without a fight. Story 14. My name is Emily Jones, and I thought I understood the wilderness. I grew up hiking the dusty trails of Texas, finding peace in its rugged beauty. But my solo trip to Palo Duro Canyon last spring changed all of that. It was supposed to be a quick escape from the city, a chance to clear my head and reconnect with nature. Instead, it turned into a nightmare I still can't explain. Palo Duro Canyon is stunning, the kind of place that makes you feel small in the best way. Towering red cliffs, winding trails, and open skies that stretch forever. I'd hiked there before, but this time I chose a less traveled route. I wanted solitude, a break from the constant noise of life. Looking back, I realize how reckless that was. The first day was uneventful. I parked at the trailhead, slung my pack over my shoulder, and set off down the path. The air was dry and warm, the sun casting long shadows across the canyon floor. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the occasional chirp of a bird. It was perfect. By mid-afternoon, I'd reached a small clearing surrounded by juniper trees. I set up my tent, started a fire, and settled in to watch the sunset paint the canyon walls in shades of gold and crimson. As the light faded, the desert came alive with the sounds of insects and distant coyotes. It was peaceful, exactly what I'd hoped for. But then I saw it. Just beyond the firelight, perched on a low branch, was an owl. Its wide, dark eyes reflected the flickering flames, unblinking and fixed on me. At first, I thought it was beautiful, its feathers a blend of earthy tones that made it almost invisible against the tree. But the longer it stared, the more uneasy I felt. Its gaze was too intense, too knowing, like it was watching me, not just as an animal might, but with a purpose. I tried to brush it off. It was just an owl, right? But when I stood to toss another log onto the fire, it cocked its head sharply, following my every movement. I waved my hand, hoping to scare it off, but it didn't budge. It just kept staring, its eyes gleaming in the dark. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was being watched. The air inside the tent felt stifling, and every rustle of the wind outside made my heart race. When morning finally came, I convinced myself I'd been overreacting. Lack of sleep, Nerves, whatever, it was nothing. Or so I thought. I packed up and continued deeper into the canyon, the trail winding through rocky outcroppings and dry riverbeds. The scenery was breathtaking, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The silence felt too heavy, like the land itself was holding its breath. Around midday, I spotted movement up ahead. A large coyote stood in the middle of the trail, its golden fur catching the sunlight. It was bigger than any coyote I'd seen before, its body lean and muscular, its eyes locked on mine. I froze, gripping my trekking pole like a weapon. Coyotes don't usually approach humans, but this one didn't seem afraid. It just stood there, staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Then, without a sound, it turned and loped off the trail, disappearing into the brush. I tried to shake it off, but unease gnawed at me. First the owl, now the coyote. It felt like more than coincidence. I kept moving, my senses on high alert, every shadow and sound putting me on edge. By late afternoon, I found a shaded spot near a small creek and decided to rest. The sun was low in the sky, casting long, slanted beams of light through the canyon. As I sipped water and tried to steady my nerves, I noticed something on the far side of the creek, a wolf. At least I thought it was a wolf. It was massive, with silvery fur that shimmered in the fading light. Its eyes were piercing, unnervingly familiar, and they locked onto mine the moment I looked up. My breath caught in my throat. Wolves aren't supposed to be in Palo Duro Canyon, and yet here it was. I stood slowly, not wanting to provoke it. "Easy," I murmured, though my voice shook. The wolf didn't move. It just watched, its gaze drilling into me like it was trying to see straight through my soul. And then it changed. I don't know how else to describe it. One moment it was a wolf, and the next it was standing on two legs, its body elongating, its fur rippling like smoke. Its form shifted, twisting into something I can only describe as human. But not quite. Its limbs were too long, its face too angular, its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. I stumbled backward, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The creature tilted its head, just like the owl had, and then it smiled, a cruel, twisted grin that sent a bolt of terror through me. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I grabbed my pack and ran, my boots pounding against the dirt as I tore down the trail. The creature didn't chase me, not at first. But as I rounded a bend, I heard it, the sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, coming from the brush beside me. I ran faster, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The footsteps kept pace, never rushing, just following, like it knew there was nowhere I could go that it couldn't reach. The sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the canyon into shadows. I tripped on a loose rock and went sprawling, my palms scraping against the rough ground. Before I could get up, I felt it, hot breath on the back of my neck. I turned slowly, my heart hammering in my chest. The creature stood over me, its form shifting and flickering between the coyote, the wolf, and something unrecognizable. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, and its grin widened as it crouched closer. Desperate, I grabbed a rock and hurled it at the thing. It hit the creature square in the chest, and it let out an inhuman screech, a sound that echoed off the canyon walls. It recoiled, its body twisting violently, and for a moment I thought it might retreat. I didn't wait to find out. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my legs trembling with exhaustion. I don't know how I found my way back to the trailhead in the dark, but somehow I did. My truck was there, a beacon of salvation in the endless night. I threw myself inside, started the engine, and sped away without looking back. I don't know what I saw in Palo Duro Canyon that day, but I know it wasn't just an animal. It was something ancient, something powerful, something that could take whatever shape it wanted. And it wasn't just watching me, it was hunting me. Story 15. My name is Zach Henderson, and I've always loved the open flatlands of Texas. The way the horizon stretches endlessly, the sky a vast canvas of blues and oranges. It's like standing on the edge of the world. I've camped all over the state, from the hill country to Big Bend, but nothing compares to the haunting beauty of the high plains. At least, that's what I thought until last October. That's when I learned that beauty can hide things you're not meant to see. It started as a solo trip, like most of my adventures. I'd been feeling restless, itching for some solitude, so I packed up my gear and headed out to the Llano Estacado, a sprawling expanse of flatlands near the New Mexico border. It's one of the most remote places in Texas. No cell service, no people, just endless grasslands and wind-carved canyons. Perfect for getting lost in thought. I arrived late in the afternoon and parked my truck at a small dirt pullout. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the plains. I shouldered my pack and set out, following a faint trail that led through the dry grass. The wind was constant, a steady whisper that carried the scent of dust and sagebrush. By the time I found a spot to set up camp, the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues. I pitched my tent near a shallow ravine, the land around me stretching out flat and featureless in every direction. The isolation was exactly what I'd wanted. I built a small fire, cooked some instant noodles, and settled in to watch the stars blink to life. Out here, the sky feels impossibly big, the Milky Way a shimmering ribbon across the darkness. But then the wind changed. It was subtle at first, a shift in direction that carried a faint, acrid smell, something sharp and metallic. I brushed it off, assuming it was just the land playing tricks on me. But as the night deepened, the feeling of unease grew. The wind seemed to hum, a low, resonant sound that I could feel more than hear. The fire crackled weakly, its light flickering against the encroaching darkness. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. A pale shape, barely visible, standing at the edge of the firelight. It was so still, so perfectly blended with the landscape that I almost missed it. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure was tall, unnaturally tall, its frame impossibly thin. Its skin, or what I thought was skin, was a sickly white, stretched tight over its skeletal frame. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaky. "Who's there?" The figure didn't move. It just stood there, its head tilted slightly, as if studying me. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it toward the shape, but the beam seemed to slide off it, as if the thing absorbed the light. My heart pounded as I reached for the hatchet strapped to my pack. I didn't know what I was dealing with, but every instinct told me it wasn't human. Then it moved. Its head snapped to the side with a sickening crack, and it took a step forward, its long, bony limbs unfolding like a spider's. The way it moved was wrong, jerky, and disjointed, as if it was learning how to walk. My hand tightened around the hatchet as I took a step back, the fire casting flickering shadows across its gaunt frame. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice echoing across the plains. The creature stopped, its head tilting again. For a moment it was silent. Then it let out a sound, a low, rattling gasp, like the last breath of a dying man. It was a sound that didn't belong to this world, and it chilled me to the bone. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I grabbed my pack and bolted, leaving the fire and the tent behind. The grass whipped against my legs as I ran, the wind howling in my ears. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, my lungs burning and my heart hammering in my chest. But no matter how fast I ran, the sound followed, the soft rustle of movement, the faint, rattling breaths. I glanced over my shoulder and saw it, loping through the darkness with an unnatural grace, its limbs bending in ways that defied logic. It wasn't running. It was gliding, almost floating, its pale frame illuminated by the faint starlight. I pushed myself harder, my boots pounding against the dry earth. My only thought was to reach my truck, to put as much distance between me and that thing as possible. But the landscape stretched on endlessly, and the creature was closing the gap. Desperation clawed at me as I stumbled into a shallow gully. The ground was uneven, littered with loose rocks that threatened to twist my ankle with every step. I could hear it behind me, the sound of its movement growing louder, closer. My flashlight flickered, its beam weak and sputtering. I tripped over a root and went sprawling, my hands scraping against the rocky ground. Pain shot through my palms, but I didn't stop. I scrambled to my feet, my breath hitching in panicked gasps. The creature was almost on me now, its rattling breaths filling the air. I swung the flashlight wildly, the beam catching its face, or what I thought was its face. It was featureless, a smooth expanse of pale skin with no eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just a blank canvas of horror. The sight froze me in place, my mind unable to comprehend what I was seeing. Then it lunged. I swung the hatchet with all my strength, the blade connecting with a sickening crunch. The creature let out a piercing wail, a sound so high-pitched and guttural that it felt like it would shatter my skull. It recoiled, its movements spasmodic and violent, giving me just enough time to run. I don't remember how I made it back to my truck. The world was a blur of shadows and pain, my legs moving on autopilot. When I finally saw the vehicle, relief washed over me like a tidal wave. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and started the engine, my hands trembling so badly I could barely turn the key. As I sped away, the creature appeared in my rearview mirror, standing motionless in the middle of the road. Its head tilted, its featureless face turned toward me. And then it disappeared, fading into the darkness as if it had never been there at all. I drove for hours, not stopping until I reached the safety of a motel on the outskirts of Amarillo. My hands were still shaking as I checked in, my mind replaying the night's events over and over. The hatchet, smeared with a dark, tar-like substance, sat in the passenger seat of my truck as a grim reminder of what had happened. I haven't been back to the Flatlands since. I don't think I ever will. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't human and it wasn't natural. It was something else, something ancient and malevolent, a predator that thrives in the desolate spaces where the horizon never ends. If you ever find yourself in the flatlands of Texas, keep your eyes open. Stay near your vehicle. And if you see a pale figure standing in the distance, don't wait to find out what it is. Because once it sees you, it won't stop until it catches you. And if it does, no one will ever find you. Story 16. My name is Will Grayson, and I've spent most of my life exploring the forests of East Texas. There's something about the dense pine woods, with their towering trees and soft, mossy floors, that always felt like home. But last fall, I learned that even the most familiar places can hide nightmares. It started as a weekend hiking trip, a solo journey to clear my head after a tough breakup. I packed my gear, mapped out a loop through a remote stretch of the Davy Crockett National Forest, and set out early Saturday morning. The air was crisp, the kind of cool that promised fall was just around the corner, and the forest was alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of squirrels in the underbrush. By midday, I'd made good progress and decided to take a less-traveled spur trail I'd spotted on my map. It was marked with a faint dotted line, indicating it wasn't officially maintained, but that didn't bother me. I liked the idea of getting off the beaten path, finding something untouched. The trail led deeper into the forest, the trees growing thicker and the sunlight dimming as the canopy closed in overhead. By mid-afternoon, I realized I hadn't seen a single sign of another person. No footprints, no litter, nothing. The silence was different here, heavier, like the woods were holding their breath. I was considering turning back when I saw it, a small, weathered cabin tucked between the trees. It wasn't on my map. The structure looked ancient, its wooden walls dark with age and streaked with moss. The roof sagged and one of the windows was cracked, the glass smeared with grime. A crooked chimney jutted from one side, and the door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. Curiosity got the better of me. I approached cautiously, my boots crunching on the layer of pine needles that covered the ground. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. No response. Pushing the door open, I stepped inside. The air was stale, heavy with the smell of damp wood and something faintly metallic. The interior was small, just one room with a rusted stove in the corner, a rickety table, and a single chair. A cot leaned against the far wall, its mattress yellowed and sagging. The walls were bare, save for a few faded newspaper clippings pinned near the door. But what caught my attention was the journal. It sat on the table, its leather cover cracked and worn, the edges of its pages curling with age. Something about it felt out of place, too deliberate, as though it had been left there for someone to find. Against my better judgment, I picked it up and flipped it open. The handwriting inside was jagged, uneven, as if the writer had been in a hurry or afraid. The first few pages were mundane enough. Notes about hunting trips, weather observations, and wildlife sightings. But as I read further, the entries grew darker. October 5th, heard something outside last night. Not an animal. It walked around the cabin for hours, heavy steps. I didn't look out the window. I'm not stupid. October 7th, it's watching me. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it. It's waiting for something. October 9th, blood on the walls this morning. Not mine. The words weren't there last night. I swear. I stopped reading, a chill creeping up my spine. I glanced around the cabin, half expecting to see the blood the writer had described, but the walls were clean, just worn, aged wood. Still, the air felt heavier now, like the cabin itself was watching me. I should have left then, but I didn't. Something about the journal compelled me. I turned the page and my blood ran cold. The next entry wasn't dated. It simply read, "He's here now." Tall, thin, face like bone. Don't run. He likes it when they run. I slammed the journal shut, my hands trembling. The air in the cabin seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper. I backed toward the door, every instinct screaming at me to leave. That's when I heard it, a slow, deliberate creak, like a floorboard bending under weight. It came from behind me, near the far corner of the cabin. I spun around, my flashlight cutting through the dimness, but the corner was empty. Just the cot and the cracked window. Another creak, this time closer. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No answer. I grabbed my pack and bolted for the door. As I stepped outside, the forest felt different. The light was dimmer, the trees darker, their twisted branches reaching like skeletal fingers. The trail I'd come in on was gone, swallowed by the underbrush. I tried to stay calm, to orient myself. I was an experienced hiker. I knew how to navigate. But no matter which direction I turned, the trees seemed to close in tighter, the forest folding in on itself like a maze. Then I saw it. A figure, tall and impossibly thin, standing among the trees. Its body was pale, almost luminous, with long, bony limbs that hung unnaturally low. Its face, God, its face. It was flat and white, like a mask of bone with empty hollows where eyes should have been. It didn't move, but I could feel its gaze, cold and unrelenting. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes, my boots slipping on the uneven ground. I didn't care where I was going. I just needed to get away. But the thing followed. I could hear it, the soft rustle of leaves, the creak of branches as it moved with an unnatural grace. It didn't run. It didn't need to. It was always just behind me, no matter how fast I went. I stumbled into a clearing, gasping for breath. The cabin was there, its dark silhouette standing against the fading light. Somehow I'd circled back. Desperation clawed at me as I ran toward it. The journal was still on the table, the pages open to the last entry. My flashlight's beam illuminated the words, fresh and wet, as if they'd just been written. Run, run, run. He likes it when they run. The door slammed shut behind me, and I whirled around to find the figure standing in the doorway, its skeletal frame filling the space. It didn't move, didn't speak. It just stood there, its hollow face staring at me. I grabbed the journal and hurled it at the thing, screaming in panic. The book hit its chest and fell to the floor, its pages fluttering. The creature tilted its head, almost curious, then took a single step forward. I didn't think. I grabbed the rusted chair and swung it as hard as I could. The wood splintered against its frame, and the creature let out a sound, a low, guttural hiss that vibrated through the air. It recoiled, its body twisting unnaturally, and for a moment I saw my chance. I bolted past it, out into the forest. The trees seemed to part for me now, the underbrush thinning as I ran. My legs burned, my lungs screamed, but I didn't stop until I saw the faint outline of my truck in the distance. I threw myself inside, started the engine and tore down the dirt road, not daring to look back. When I reached the main highway, I pulled over and sobbed, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly they ached. I don't know what I saw in that cabin, and I don't want to know. The journal is still in my truck, buried under a pile of gear. I can't bring myself to open it again, to see if the words have changed. If you ever find yourself in the woods of East Texas and come across an abandoned cabin, don't go inside. Don't touch anything. Some things are better left alone. Because once they notice you, they don't forget. And they don't let you go. Story 17. My name is Will Jennings, and I've never been afraid of hiking alone. There's something about the solitude of the wilderness that feels like home to me. But last spring, I made the mistake of taking a hiking partner, a guy named Mitch, who I barely knew. What started as a friendly trip through the Palo Duro Canyon turned into something I'll never forget, no matter how hard I try. I met Mitch through a local hiking group. He seemed like a good guy, quiet, easygoing with an obvious love for the outdoors. We chatted a bit during group hikes, and when I mentioned my upcoming solo trip to Palo Duro, he asked if he could tag along. Normally, I prefer going alone, but he was persistent, and I figured having some company wouldn't hurt. So, we made a plan to spend 2 days in the canyon, covering some of the less traveled trails. We started early on a Saturday morning, the sun just rising over the canyon walls. The air was cool, the red rock cliffs glowing in the soft light, and for a while, everything was perfect. Mitch and I fell into an easy rhythm, chatting about work, hiking gear, and the wildlife we might see. He wasn't much of a talker, which suited me fine. I liked the quiet stretches, where it was just the sound of our boots on the trail and the wind through the rocks. By midday, we'd made it deep into the canyon, far from the more popular trails. We stopped for lunch under the shade of a rocky overhang, the view stretching out for miles. Mitch seemed different, quieter than usual, his movements slower, more deliberate. At first, I thought he was just tired, but there was something off about the way he kept staring at me, like he was sizing me up. "You good?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. He nodded, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. "Just thinking," he said, his voice lower than usual. "Thinking about what?" I wanted to ask, but something in his tone made me drop it. We finished eating and got back on the trail, but the easy camaraderie we'd had earlier was gone. The silence between us felt heavier now, almost oppressive, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than I'd like to admit. That's when I noticed the first change. Mitch was walking behind me, and his footsteps sounded wrong. They were heavier, dragging slightly, like he was struggling to keep up. I slowed down, turning to ask if he needed a break, but when I looked at him, the words caught in my throat. His face was pale, his skin stretched tight over his cheekbones. His eyes were darker, too, the irises almost blending into the pupils. And his hands, his fingers were longer, the nails cracked and blackened, like claws starting to form. "You okay?" I asked, my voice shaking despite my best efforts. Mitch tilted his head, a strange, almost animalistic motion. "I'm fine," he said, but his voice wasn't right. It was still his, but there was a roughness to it, like it was coming from somewhere deeper, somewhere wrong. I forced a smile, trying to hide the panic clawing at my chest. "Maybe we should head back," I said, gesturing over my shoulder. "We've covered a lot of ground today." Mitch didn't answer. He just smiled, a slow, unsettling grin that showed too many teeth. The trail ahead twisted through a narrow pass, the canyon walls rising high on either side. I stepped forward, pretending not to notice the way Mitch's shadow seemed to stretch unnaturally long behind him. My mind raced, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I didn't want to provoke him. Not yet. As we entered the pass, the air grew cooler, the shadows deeper. The silence was absolute now, even the wind gone, and every step felt heavier, like the canyon itself was trying to pull me down. I glanced back, and Mitch was closer than he should have been, his movements jerky and uncoordinated, like a puppet on strings. "You sure you're okay?" I asked, my voice trembling. His grin widened. "Never better," he said, but it wasn't his voice anymore. It was layered, a guttural, growling undertone beneath the words that sent chills down my spine. That's when I saw it. His shadow. It wasn't human anymore. It was something else entirely, something twisted and wrong, with elongated limbs and a hunched, animalistic posture. The sight froze me in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. Mitch stopped, his head tilting again as if he could hear my thoughts. "Something wrong?" he asked, his voice dripping with mockery. I shook my head, forcing a laugh that sounded hollow even to me. "No, just thought I heard something." He didn't move for a moment, just stared at me with those dark, unblinking eyes. Then he stepped closer, his smile fading. "You don't need to lie," he said softly. "You know what I am. I didn't think. I just ran." The canyon walls blurred as I sprinted, the uneven trail threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me, I heard Mitch, no, not Mitch, the thing laughing, a guttural, inhuman sound that echoed through the pass. Its footsteps were heavier now, faster, closing the distance with terrifying speed. "Graceful, aren't I?" It called, its voice warped and distorted. "You can't outrun me." I didn't look back. I couldn't. The trail opened into a wider stretch of canyon, the rocky ground giving way to loose gravel. I stumbled, catching myself just in time, and spotted a narrow crevice in the rock wall ahead. Without thinking, I dove into it, wedging myself between the jagged stones and pressing my back against the cold rock. The creature stopped at the entrance, its twisted form barely visible in the fading light. Its head tilted again, its dark eyes scanning the crevice. It let out a low, guttural growl, its long fingers scraping against the rock as it tried to reach me. "You can't hide forever," it said, its voice a grotesque mimicry of Mitch's. "You're mine now." I clutched the knife from my pack, the blade shaking in my hand. The creature's arm darted into the crevice, the claws inches from my face. I slashed at it, the blade biting into its flesh. It screeched, a sound so loud and piercing it felt like it might split my skull. Taking advantage of its momentary retreat, I scrambled out of the crevice and bolted down the canyon. My legs burned, my lungs screamed for air, but I didn't stop. The creature's roars echoed behind me, growing fainter with each step until finally, blessedly, they were gone. I don't remember how I made it back to the trailhead. The sun was setting when I stumbled out of the canyon, my body trembling and my mind a jumbled mess of terror and disbelief. Mitch's gear was still in my car, but he was gone. Completely, utterly gone. I've thought about that day every night since. I don't know what that thing was, or if it had been Mitch all along. But I do know one thing: the wilderness isn't always what it seems. And if someone offers to hike with you, be careful. Story 18. My name is Jack, and I've always been drawn to places most people avoid. Abandoned buildings, forgotten trails, places that feel like they hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. That's where I feel most alive. But some secrets should stay buried, and I learned that the hard way in the middle of the Texas wilderness. It started with a map. I'd found it in an old bookshop in Austin, tucked between the pages of a history text. The map was hand-drawn, yellowed with age, and marked with a single word scrawled in faded ink: sanctuary. There was no road leading to it, just a dot deep in the wilderness, miles from the nearest town. I was intrigued. The owner of the shop didn't know much about it, just that it had been found in an estate sale, part of a collection of local curiosities. I couldn't resist. A long weekend was coming up, and I decided to make the journey. I packed my gear, printed a satellite map of the area, and hit the road. The trailhead wasn't much, just a dirt path leading into a dense forest. The air was humid, thick with the smell of pine and earth, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. I followed the trail for hours, weaving through towering trees and overgrown brush. By the time I reached the location marked on the map, the sun was dipping low in the sky. That's when I saw it. The remains of a building loomed ahead, hidden among the trees. The structure was massive, its crumbling walls streaked with moss and ivy. Broken windows stared out like empty eyes, and the roof had partially caved in, leaving jagged beams exposed to the elements. A rusted gate stood at the entrance, its twisted metal spelling out a single word: sanctuary. It wasn't a sanctuary. It was a ruin. And yet, something about it drew me closer. I stepped through the gate, the crunch of gravel beneath my boots the only sound in the oppressive silence. The front door was hanging off its hinges, creaking softly as the wind pushed it back and forth. I ducked inside, my flashlight cutting through the gloom. The air was colder inside, damp and stale. The walls were lined with peeling paint, the floors littered with debris, shattered glass, rusted metal, and what looked like old medical equipment. A faint, metallic smell hung in the air, and my stomach turned as I realized it reminded me of blood. I made my way down a long hallway, the beam of my flashlight dancing across the walls. Faded signs hung above the doors: Ward A, therapy rooms, solitary confinement. Most of the doors were locked or barricaded, but a few hung open, revealing empty rooms with rusted bed frames and shattered tiles. As I explored, I started to hear things, faint whispers, too quiet to make out, and the occasional soft thud, like something falling in the distance. At first, I told myself it was just the wind, the building settling after years of neglect. But the deeper I went, the harder it was to ignore. In one room, I found an old patient log lying on the floor. The pages were yellowed and brittle, but the writing was still legible. Most of it was mundane, lists of names, dates, and brief notes about treatment. But one entry caught my eye: patient number 342. Status escaped. Notes: exhibiting extreme aggression and unexplainable behavior. Last seen in the lower levels. Lockdown initiated. The lower levels. I hadn't seen any stairs, but the thought of a basement sent a chill down my spine. That's when I heard the scream. It echoed through the building, sharp and sudden, cutting through the silence like a knife. It wasn't human, not entirely. It was high-pitched, almost animalistic, and filled with a kind of pain that made my blood run cold. My flashlight trembled in my hand as I turned toward the sound. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaky. No response. Just the faint rustle of something moving in the shadows. Against my better judgment, I followed the sound, my boots crunching softly on the debris-strewn floor. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, the walls closing in around me. The whispers grew louder, overlapping and echoing, like a dozen voices speaking at once. My heart pounded in my chest as I rounded a corner and found myself facing a set of stairs leading down into darkness. The air was heavier here, thick with a metallic tang that made it hard to breathe. I hesitated, but the faint sound of footsteps behind me pushed me forward. I descended the stairs slowly, the narrow beam of my flashlight barely cutting through the blackness. The walls were damp, streaked with something dark that I didn't want to examine too closely. At the bottom of the stairs, the hallway widened into a large room. The remnants of medical equipment were scattered everywhere: rusted gurneys, broken wheelchairs, and cabinets filled with shattered glass vials. But what drew my attention was the writing on the walls. It was everywhere, scrawled in what looked like dried blood. Words and symbols I couldn't understand, spiraling across the room in chaotic patterns. In the center of the room was a single chair, bolted to the floor, with leather straps dangling from its arms and legs. The sight of it made my stomach churn. Then I heard the breathing. It was soft at first, barely audible, but it grew louder, more labored, as if whatever was making it was struggling to hold itself together. I turned slowly, the flashlight shaking in my hand, and that's when I saw it. A figure crouched in the corner, its body pale and emaciated, its limbs too long and bent at unnatural angles. Its head snapped up, and I saw its eyes, dark, sunken pits that seemed to swallow the light. Its mouth hung open, revealing rows of jagged teeth, and a low, guttural growl rumbled from its chest. I froze, my mind racing. The creature tilted its head, its movements jerky, like it was testing its limbs. Then it lunged. I barely had time to react. I stumbled backward, tripping over debris and hitting the ground hard. The flashlight flew from my hand, spinning across the floor and plunging the room into near darkness. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing a rusted pipe from the ground as the creature closed in. It moved with a terrifying speed, its limbs bending in impossible ways as it skittered across the floor. I swung the pipe, the metal connecting with a sickening crunch. The creature shrieked, a sound that made my ears ring, but it didn't stop. It grabbed the pipe with one hand, its fingers curling around the metal like claws, and wrenched it from my grip. I ran. The hallway seemed to twist and turn in ways it hadn't before, the walls closing in around me. The whispers were deafening now, overlapping with the creature's guttural growls as it pursued me. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but I didn't dare stop. Finally, I saw it, the faint glow of daylight streaming through the open door at the end of the hallway. I pushed myself harder, the creature's footsteps echoing behind me. As I reached the door, I felt something cold brush against my back, but I didn't look. I threw myself outside, the sunlight blinding after the darkness. When I turned back, the creature was gone. The doorway was empty, the forest silent. But the air felt wrong, heavy, like the asylum was still watching me. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck. As I sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the creature standing in the road. But there was nothing, just the endless trees and the faint outline of the building fading into the distance. Story 19. My name is Jordan Miller, and I've always considered myself an adventurer. I've hiked deserts, scaled mountains, and explored forests so dense you can't see the sky. But nothing, not my experience, not my instincts, could have prepared me for what I encountered in the wilderness of West Texas. I still dream about it, the sound of bones snapping and the stench of death that clung to the air. If I close my eyes, I'm there again, walking that trail, feeling its presence behind me. It started as a weekend trip to the Guadalupe Mountains, a place I'd always wanted to explore. The rugged peaks, the sprawling desert below, it felt like the perfect escape. I planned to spend 2 days hiking through McKittrick Canyon, camping overnight before looping back. It was remote, quiet, and isolated. Just what I needed. The first day was uneventful. The trail was beautiful, the air crisp and dry. The desert stretched out around me, silent except for the occasional chirp of a bird or rustle of a lizard darting through the brush. I passed a few other hikers early in the morning, but by midday, I was completely alone. I welcomed the solitude. Around late afternoon, I noticed something odd. A bone, a femur, I think, was lying in the middle of the trail. At first, I thought it might have been from a deer or a coyote, but it was too big. Too human. The bone was stripped clean, not a trace of flesh or sinew left on it, and it gleamed unnaturally white in the sunlight. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe someone found it and left it there as a prank. But as I continued, I found more bones scattered along the path. A rib cage here, a jawbone there. Each one was stripped clean and all of them were placed just so, like they were meant to be found. By the time I reached my campsite, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the landscape. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The wind seemed to carry whispers, faint and distant, and every snap of a twig made me jump. But I was determined not to let my nerves get the best of me. I set up my tent, started a small fire, and tried to settle in for the night. The first sound came just after midnight, a faint clatter, like bones knocking together. I froze, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The sound was soft at first, distant, but it grew louder closer. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the darkness, the beam cutting through the shadows. Nothing, just the empty desert. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe an animal. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The sound wasn't random. It was deliberate, rhythmic, like something or someone was walking toward me. I tried to sleep after that, but every time I closed my eyes, I heard it again. The soft clatter of bones, the faint rustle of movement just outside the tent. I stayed awake until dawn, clutching the knife I kept in my pack. When the first light crept over the horizon, I packed up and left. I didn't bother with breakfast or even breaking down my tent properly. I just stuffed it into my bag and started walking. I needed to get back to the trailhead, to my truck, to safety. But the bones were still there, more of them now. They lined the trail, each one placed carefully, like breadcrumbs leading me somewhere. Some were small, delicate, maybe from rabbits or birds. Others were large, too large, splintered and cracked as if something had gnawed on them. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. The wind had died down, and the desert was unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of leaves. Just the sound of my boots crunching on the dirt and the occasional clatter of bones beneath my feet. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a pile of rocks up ahead, something the wind had uncovered. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't rocks, it was a mound of bones. Hundreds of them, stacked haphazardly in the middle of the trail. Skulls, ribs, femurs, all piled together in a grotesque display. And standing on top of it was something that shouldn't exist. The creature was tall, impossibly tall, with a skeletal frame that seemed to shift and shimmer in the sunlight. Its body was covered in patches of dark, leathery skin, stretched tight over its bones. Its head was the worst, a twisted, skull-like face with empty eye sockets that seemed to follow me as I moved. It didn't make a sound. It just stood there, its long, spindly fingers twitching as it cocked its head, like it was trying to figure out what to do with me. I took a step back, and the creature moved, stepping down from the bone pile with an unnatural grace. Its feet crunched against the bones, the sound echoing through the silent desert. It didn't rush me, didn't attack. It just followed, its movements slow and deliberate, as if it knew I had nowhere to go. I turned and ran. The trail twisted and turned, the landscape blurring as I sprinted, my pack bouncing against my back. The sound of clattering bones followed me, growing louder, closer. I glanced over my shoulder and saw it loping after me, its long limbs moving in jerky, disjointed strides. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I didn't stop. I veered off the trail, crashing through the brush, desperate to lose it. The thorns tore at my clothes and skin, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. Then I tripped. I went sprawling, hitting the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me. As I struggled to get up, I felt it, hot, rancid breath on the back of my neck. I turned, and the creature was there, its empty sockets staring down at me. It opened its mouth, a gaping void that let out a sound like bones grinding together. Desperate, I grabbed a sharp rock from the ground and swung it with all my strength, slamming it into the creature's leg. It let out a shriek, a high-pitched, inhuman wail, and stumbled back, its skeletal frame convulsing. I didn't wait. I got up and ran, the adrenaline drowning out the pain in my body. I don't know how I made it back to the trailhead. The world around me was a blur, the sound of bones fading as I got closer to my truck. When I finally reached it, I threw myself inside, started the engine, and peeled out of there without looking back. I've told myself it wasn't real, that it was just my imagination or a trick of the light. But the scars on my arms, the ones left by the thorns as I ran, remind me that it was. And the bone I found in my truck the next morning, sitting on the passenger seat like a parting gift, tells me it hasn't forgotten me. If you ever hike in the Guadalupe Mountains and see a bone on the trail, turn back. Don't follow the trail. Don't try to find where it leads. Story 20. My name is Connor Hayes, and I've been hiking for as long as I can remember. The Texas wilderness has always been my escape, wide open spaces, towering trees, and trails that stretch endlessly. I thought I'd seen everything the woods could throw at me. But what I found last fall in the Sam Houston National Forest still haunts me, and no amount of distance or time can make it go away. I had decided to explore a section of the forest I hadn't been to before, a remote area with barely any foot traffic. The the kind of place where cell service was a distant memory, and the only sounds were the rustling leaves and the occasional call of a bird. It was perfect, or so I thought. I parked at a small clearing that served as an unofficial trailhead and set off early, my pack loaded with the essentials. The trail was faint, more of a suggestion than a path, winding through dense pines and oaks. The air was crisp, carrying that earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. It felt good to be out there, alone with nothing but the forest and my thoughts. About an hour in, I noticed something strange. The forest had gone quiet, not just the usual stillness you get in remote areas, but silent. No birds, no insects, not even the distant rustle of a squirrel. It was like the whole place was holding its breath. I brushed it off, convincing myself it was just my imagination, and kept walking. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a pile of leaves. A mound of dark brown and orange, half hidden beneath a fallen tree. But as I got closer, the shape became more distinct. It wasn't leaves, it was hair. Thick, matted fur, tangled with twigs and debris. My heart started to race as I realized it was a body. Something big. I froze, staring at it, my mind racing. It was about 7 feet long, its body massive and covered in dark brown fur. Its legs were bent at an odd angle, and one arm was stretched out, the hand claw-like and almost human. The head was partially buried, but I could see enough to know it wasn't a bear or any animal I recognized. The features were grotesque, a wide, flattened nose, a heavy brow ridge, and lips pulled back to reveal sharp, yellowed teeth. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My brain screamed at me to turn around and leave, but curiosity won out. I stepped closer, my boots crunching softly on the forest floor. The smell hit me first, a pungent, earthy stench of rot and decay. It was overwhelming, but I couldn't look away. Its eyes were closed. That's what convinced me it was dead. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't alive anymore. I crouched beside it, my heart pounding, and pulled out my phone. My hands were shaking as I snapped a few photos, my mind racing with possibilities. Was this a bear with some kind of deformity? A hoax? Or was it? No, it couldn't be. Bigfoot. The word felt ridiculous, even in my head. But as I stared at the massive creature in front of me, I couldn't come up with a better explanation. The proportions, the sheer size, it matched every description I'd ever heard. And yet here it was, lying in front of me, lifeless. Or so I thought. I was about to reach out to touch the fur when its eyes snapped open. They were yellow, glowing faintly in the dim light, and filled with a primal, terrifying intelligence. For a moment, neither of us moved. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but stare into those eyes. Then it growled. The sound was low and guttural, vibrating through the air and into my chest. My survival instincts kicked in, and I stumbled back, tripping over a root and landing hard on the ground. The creature shifted, its massive body stirring beneath the leaves. Its hand twitched, the clawed fingers curling as it let out another growl, louder this time, more menacing. I scrambled to my feet, my heart hammering in my chest. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice cracking. It was a stupid thing to say, but I was too terrified to think clearly. The creature didn't listen. It rose slowly, the leaves falling away as it stood to its full height. It towered over me, its massive frame blocking out the sun. Up close, it was even more terrifying. The fur was matted with blood and dirt, and its chest heaved with each labored breath. Its face was a mix of human and animal, its sharp teeth bared in a snarl. I backed away, my hands fumbling for the knife on my belt. "Stay back," I said again, more desperate this time. It lunged. I barely had time to react. I dove to the side, the creature's massive arm swiping through the space where I'd been standing. I hit the ground hard, the knife slipping from my hand and skittering away. The creature roared, a sound that shook the trees and sent birds scattering into the sky. I scrambled to my feet and ran. The forest blurred around me as I sprinted, branches slapping against my face and arms. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear it crashing through the underbrush behind me, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. The smell of rot and decay was everywhere, clinging to me like a second skin. My lungs burned, my legs screaming with exhaustion, but I didn't stop. The trail was gone, replaced by an endless maze of trees and shadows. I stumbled over roots and rocks, the creature's growls echoing through the forest, always just behind me. Then I saw it, an old hunting cabin half hidden among the trees. It was small and dilapidated, but it was shelter. A chance. I veered toward it, my boots slipping on the damp ground as I reached the door. It was locked, the wood swollen from years of rain and neglect, but I didn't care. I threw my shoulder against it, the wood splintering as the door gave way. I slammed the door shut behind me, bracing it with a rusted chair I found inside. The cabin was dark, the air musty, but I didn't have time to think about it. The creature was outside, its growls turning into something almost like speech, low, guttural noises that made my skin crawl. It slammed against the door, the force rattling the frame. I backed away, my hands shaking as I searched the cabin for anything I could use as a weapon. My eyes landed on a rusted fire poker leaning against the wall. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The door splintered and the creature's hand burst through, the claws swiping wildly. I grabbed the poker and swung it with all my strength, the metal connecting with a sickening crack. The creature roared, pulling its arm back, and for a moment there was silence. Then I heard it retreating, its heavy footsteps fading into the forest. I didn't wait to see if it would come back. I grabbed my pack and ran, following the faint light of the setting sun. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I found the trail and made it back to my car. My hands were still shaking as I started the engine and sped away. The images of those glowing eyes and sharp teeth burned into my mind. Story 21. My name is Dylan Price, and I used to think I knew the wilderness. I've spent most of my life hiking and camping across Texas, always chasing the thrill of solitude and the serenity of untamed nature. But what I encountered near the Red River last fall was neither thrilling nor serene. It was something ancient, something that doesn't belong in the world of the living. It started with a bad decision. I'd been working long hours at a job I hated, and my mind was fried. On a whim, I decided to take a solo weekend trip into the wilds near the Red River, on the Texas-Oklahoma border. It wasn't a well-planned outing, just me, a backpack, and a map that turned out to be older than I realized. I told myself it would be a simple hike, 2 days, 1 night, just enough time to reset my mind. The first day started off fine. The trail went through dense forests, the leaves just starting to turn gold with the arrival of fall. The air was cool, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the distant murmur of the river. It was peaceful, almost perfect, and for a while I forgot all about work and stress. By mid-afternoon, I'd left the main trail, following a side path that seemed less traveled. It wasn't marked on my map, but I figured it would loop back eventually. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest became. The birdsong faded, and even the wind seemed to die, leaving only an eerie stillness that pressed against my ears. That's when I found the clearing. It wasn't large, just a small break in the trees, but the sight stopped me in my tracks. At the center of the clearing was a circle of stones, blackened and cracked as if scorched by fire. Around the stones were scattered bones, deer, coyote, maybe others I couldn't identify, all bleached white and arranged in strange patterns. Symbols were carved into the surrounding trees, jagged and unfamiliar, and the air smelled faintly of rot. I told myself it was some kind of hunting camp, maybe left by a group of kids messing around. But the longer I stood there, the more wrong it felt. The air was heavy, thick with a tension I couldn't explain. I snapped a quick photo with my phone and hurried back to the trail. Or at least I tried to. The trail was gone. I turned back the way I'd come, but the path had vanished, swallowed by the forest. I wandered in circles, searching for any sign of the trail, but the trees seemed to shift around me, their gnarled branches reaching out like claws. Panic set in as I realized I was lost. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I told myself to stay calm, to find a spot to set up camp and wait until morning to figure out my bearings. But as I gathered wood for a fire, I felt it for the first time, the sensation of being watched. I froze, my hand tightening around the bundle of sticks I'd collected. The forest was silent, too silent, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Slowly, I turned, scanning the trees. At first, I saw nothing but shadows and shifting leaves. Then, between two trunks, I saw a shape. It was tall, impossibly tall, with a skeletal frame that seemed to stretch unnaturally. Its skin was ashen, tight against its bones, and its eyes, hollow pits that seemed to drink in the light, locked onto mine. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment I couldn't move. The creature tilted its head, its movements jerky and inhuman, like a marionette on frayed strings. Then it stepped closer, its long limbs moving silently over the forest floor. I stumbled back, dropping the firewood as I turned and ran. The forest closed in around me as I sprinted, branches whipping against my face and tearing at my clothes. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to get away. The sound of snapping twigs and rustling leaves followed me, too loud to be my own footsteps. I burst into another clearing, my chest heaving, my legs trembling. I spun around, but the creature was gone. The forest was still again, the silence deafening. I sank to my knees, gasping for air, and tried to convince myself I was imagining things, that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Then I heard it, a low, guttural growl, like the rumble of a distant storm. It came from the shadows at the edge of the clearing, growing louder, closer. My heart pounded as I scrambled to my feet, grabbing a thick branch from the ground as a makeshift weapon. The creature stepped into the clearing, its body folding and unfolding in unnatural ways. It was closer now, and I could see its face, or what was left of it. Its mouth stretched impossibly wide, filled with jagged, broken teeth, and its hollow eyes burned with an unnatural light. It opened its mouth, and the growl turned into a voice, a twisted, broken echo of my own. "You shouldn't be here." I swung the branch as it lunged, the wood connecting with a sickening crack. The creature staggered but didn't fall. It let out an ear-piercing shriek, the sound reverberating through my skull, and swiped at me with claw-like hands. I dodged barely and ran again. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning as the forest blurred around me. The creature's shrieks echoed in the distance, always just behind me, no matter how far or fast I went. Finally, I saw it, a faint light through the trees. My truck. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning and my legs ready to give out. I broke through the tree line and sprinted toward the vehicle, fumbling for my keys with shaking hands. The engine roared to life, and I slammed on the gas, the tires kicking up dirt as I sped away. In the rearview mirror, I saw the creature standing at the edge of the forest, its skeletal frame silhouetted against the dark trees. It didn't chase me. It just watched, its hollow eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, back in the safety of civilization. Even now, I can't explain what I saw. I've read about the Wendigo, a creature from Native American legend said to haunt the forests and prey on those who wander too far from the path. I never believed in it until now. Story 22. My name is Max Hill, and I've always thought of myself as a pretty rational person. I've spent years exploring the wilderness, hiking trails all over Texas, and prided myself on keeping a level head in tough situations. But what happened to me last winter in the woods near Caddo Lake defies logic. It wasn't just the cold or getting lost. It was something else, something that still feels like a nightmare I can't wake up from. I decided on a solo trip to clear my head. Caddo Lake is one of the most beautiful and eerie places in Texas, with its cypress trees draped in Spanish moss and swampy waters stretching out like a maze. It's the kind of place where the line between land and water blurs, where the forest feels alive, watching your every move. I'd been there before, but this time I planned to explore a more remote section. No trails, no signs, just a map and a compass. The first day went fine. The air was crisp, the sunlight filtering through the trees in golden beams. The swampy ground squelched underfoot as I navigated through the dense forest, weaving between the towering cypress trees. It was quiet, too quiet, really. No bird song, no rustling of small animals, just the occasional groan of the trees as the wind pushed through. I brushed it off. Winter tends to mute the forest, I told myself. By late afternoon, I realized I'd made a mistake. I'd wandered off course, following what I thought was a game trail, only to find myself in the middle of nowhere. The terrain was unfamiliar, the map useless in the swampy chaos, and my compass needle spun erratically, refusing to settle. Panic gnawed at the edges of my thoughts, but I forced myself to stay calm. I had enough supplies for a couple of days. I'd just backtrack and find my way in the morning. I set up camp on a patch of dry ground, barely big enough for my small tent. The sun sank low, casting long shadows through the trees, and the cold crept in fast. As darkness settled, the forest seemed to come alive with strange noises, soft whispers carried on the wind, faint splashes in the water nearby. I told myself it was just the usual sounds of the swamp, but something about it felt wrong. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of footsteps. They were light, deliberate, crunching the frozen leaves just outside my tent. My heart pounded as I reached for the knife in my pack, my breath fogging in the icy air. "Hello," I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a voice replied, soft and smooth, almost human but not quite. "You're lost." My blood ran cold. "Who's there?" I demanded, unzipping the tent just enough to peer out. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating a figure standing just at the edge of the trees. At first glance, it looked like a man. He was tall, wearing a tattered coat that hung loosely over his gaunt frame. But as I shone the light on him, I noticed the details. His face was pale, almost too pale, with sharp features that seemed to shift as I looked at them. His eyes caught the light and glowed faintly, like a predator's. "You're lost," he repeated, his voice calm, almost soothing. "I can help you find your way." Every instinct screamed at me to stay inside the tent, but something about his presence was compelling, magnetic. Against my better judgment, I stepped out, clutching the knife tightly. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice trembling. He tilted his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "A trade," he said. "A small price for safe passage." I tightened my grip on the knife. What kind of price? The man, or whatever he was, took a slow step closer. A piece of you, he said. Something you'll barely miss. A memory, a name, a part of who you are. I stared at him, my mind racing. Why would I agree to that? He chuckled softly, the sound low and unsettling. Because if you don't, you'll never leave these woods. I didn't know what to say. His words hung heavy in the air, and the longer I looked at him, the more my head throbbed, my thoughts turning hazy. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I don't believe you, I said, though my voice wavered. The man smiled wider, his teeth sharp and too white. You will. Before I could respond, he raised his hand and pointed to the trees behind me. I turned, my flashlight trembling in my grip, and saw myself. My face, my body, standing just a few feet away. It was like looking in a mirror, but the reflection was wrong. Its eyes were empty, its movements jerky, its mouth curled into a cruel grin. My stomach twisted as I turned back to the man, but he was gone. The doppelganger stepped closer, its head tilting at an unnatural angle. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and landing hard on the frozen ground. The thing lunged at me, its movements impossibly fast, and I barely managed to roll out of the way. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my heart hammering in my chest. The forest blurred around me as I crashed through the trees, the sound of its pursuit echoing behind me. No matter how fast I ran, it was always just a step behind, its guttural laughter filling the air. Then I saw him again, the man, standing in my path as if he'd been waiting. He raised a hand, and the doppelganger froze, its twisted grin fading as it stepped back into the shadows. You're running out of time, the man said, his voice calm. Make the trade. I hesitated, gasping for breath. What do you want from me? He stepped closer, his glowing eyes locking onto mine. Your name, he said simply. Give it to me and you'll be free. My name. The thought sent a chill down my spine. I didn't understand what he meant, what he would do with it, but I didn't have time to think. The shadows around us seemed to close in, the air growing colder with every passing second. Fine, I shouted, desperation taking over. Take it. The man smiled, and for a moment his face shifted again, his features blurring, becoming more monstrous. He reached out, his long fingers brushing against my forehead, and a sharp pain shot through my skull. I collapsed to my knees, clutching my head as my vision blurred. When I opened my eyes, he was gone. The forest was silent again, the shadows receding. I staggered to my feet, disoriented but alive. The path ahead was clear now, leading back to the trailhead. I didn't question it. I just ran, not stopping until I reached my truck. It wasn't until I got home that I realized what I'd lost. My name, it felt hollow, like it didn't belong to me anymore. When people said it, I felt nothing, like they were calling out to someone else. And the memories of that night, of who I was before, were slipping away, fading like a dream I couldn't quite remember. If you ever get lost in the woods and someone offers to help, don't listen. Because sometimes the price of escape is more than you're willing to pay. Story 23. My name is Ethan Walker, and I've always thought of the marshlands of East Texas as a kind of hidden paradise. The twisting bayous, the cypress trees draped with Spanish moss, the thick, humid air that smells like life itself. It's the kind of place where you can lose yourself, both figuratively and literally. But now, I know it's not just the land that can swallow you whole. Last fall, I decided to spend a weekend exploring a lesser-known stretch of marshland near Big Thicket National Preserve. It wasn't my first time out there. I'd hiked the area before, but this time I planned to take a different route, one marked on a crude map I'd found in a local outfitter's shop. The trail wasn't official, but that's what drew me in. I wanted solitude, and this promised plenty of it. The first day was uneventful. I parked my truck at a small dirt pullout and followed the faint path into the marsh. The air was thick and heavy, the kind that clings to your skin and makes every breath feel like you're drinking the atmosphere. By mid-afternoon, I was deep into the wilderness, surrounded by towering trees and the constant symphony of frogs and insects. The trail had all but disappeared, but I didn't mind. I'd grown up hiking and orienteering, and I trusted my instincts to guide me. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, a dense fog rolled in, turning the landscape into a shadowy maze. I decided to make camp on a small patch of dry ground I'd found near a bend in the bayou. The water was still, its surface reflecting the fading light like a sheet of black glass. I pitched my tent, started a small fire, and settled in for the night, enjoying the eerie beauty of the marsh. But then I heard it, a low, guttural croak, deep and resonant, cutting through the usual hum of the swamp. At first I thought it was a bullfrog, but it was too loud, too sharp, and it carried a weight that made my chest tighten. I shone my flashlight into the fog, the beam barely cutting through the dense mist, but I didn't see anything. Just trees and shadows. The sound came again, closer this time. It wasn't just a croak. It was a clicking, almost like claws tapping against something hard. I told myself it was just the marsh playing tricks on me. Sounds can carry strangely out here, bouncing off the water and trees in ways that make them seem closer than they are. Still, I kept my knife within arm's reach as I crawled into my tent. I didn't sleep well. The night was filled with noises, snaps, rustles, the occasional splash of something heavy moving through the water. Each sound felt closer, more deliberate, as if something was circling my camp. When the first light of dawn broke through the fog, I packed up quickly, eager to put some distance between myself and whatever had been out there. The trail, or what little was left of it, led me deeper into the marsh, the fog clinging to the ground like a living thing. By midday, I realized I was lost. The landmarks I'd been following had vanished, swallowed by the shifting landscape. Every tree looked the same, every stretch of water identical to the last. My compass spun uselessly, and my GPS had no signal. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a log floating in the water, a long, dark shape half submerged near the edge of the bayou. But as I stepped closer, I realized it wasn't a log. It was a tail, thick and scaly, with ridges that ran along its length like jagged spines. It moved slowly, almost lazily, rippling through the water before disappearing beneath the surface. My heart pounded as I scanned the bayou, searching for any sign of what I'd just seen. The water was still again, the surface smooth and unbroken. I told myself it was an alligator, though I'd never seen one that large. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Something about the way it moved, the shape of it, it wasn't right. I kept walking, my nerves on edge, every sound making me jump. The fog grew thicker, muffling everything around me, and the air felt heavier, like the marsh itself was pressing down on me. That's when I noticed the tracks. They were fresh, pressed deep into the muddy ground. 4 long toes ending in sharp claws, each print larger than my hand. The tracks led off the trail, winding through the trees and disappearing into the fog. I didn't want to follow them, but they were heading in the same direction I needed to go. As I moved deeper into the marsh, the sound started again. The low croak, the clicking, the faint rustle of something moving just out of sight. My flashlight barely penetrated the fog, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to flicker and dance. I felt like I was being watched, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I didn't know where to go. Then it stepped out of the fog. It was taller than a man, its scaly body rippling with muscle. Its arms were long and sinewy, ending in clawed hands that twitched with anticipation. Its head was reptilian, with glowing yellow eyes that locked onto mine, and a mouth filled with rows of jagged teeth. It let out a low, guttural hiss, the sound vibrating through the air like a threat. I froze, my mind racing. The creature tilted its head, studying me, and for a moment, neither of us moved. Then it lunged. I dove to the side, barely avoiding its claws as they slashed through the air. My pack snagged on a branch, and I had to rip it free as I scrambled to my feet and ran. The creature let out a deafening roar, a sound that echoed through the marsh and sent birds scattering from the trees. I ran blindly, the fog disorienting me, the ground treacherous and uneven. The creature was fast, its heavy footsteps splashing through the water as it closed the distance. I could feel it behind me, its breath hot and foul, its growls reverberating in my chest. Desperate, I stumbled into a clearing and spotted a fallen tree lying across the bayou. The trunk was wide and slick with moss, but it was my only option. I clambered onto it, my boots slipping as I crawled across, the water churning below me. The creature reached the edge of the clearing and stopped, its glowing eyes fixed on me. It let out a guttural growl, its claws digging into the muddy bank as it paced back and forth. I could see the muscles rippling under its scaly skin, the tension in its body as it prepared to leap. With no other choice, I grabbed a branch from the fallen tree and swung it as hard as I could. The creature roared, rearing back as the branch struck its face, and I used the distraction to make it to the other side. I didn't look back. I just ran, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. Somehow, I made it back to my truck. My clothes were torn, my body covered in scratches and mud, but I didn't care. I started the engine and drove away, not stopping until I reached the safety of the highway. Story 24. My name is Kate Ramirez, and I've always loved hiking. There's something about being alone in nature, surrounded by silence, that clears my head. I thought I knew how to handle myself out there, no matter how remote or wild the trail. But nothing could have prepared me for what I experienced in Palo Duro Canyon last spring. It started as a solo weekend trip. I'd heard about Palo Duro, its towering red rock cliffs, the rugged beauty of the Texas Panhandle, and I wanted to see it for myself. The park was a little over 6 hours from where I lived, so I planned to camp out and spend 2 full days exploring the trails. I wasn't worried about the isolation. I've always been good at finding my way and keeping calm, even in tricky situations. The first day was everything I'd hoped for. The canyon was stunning, its walls glowing in shades of red, orange, and gold under the late afternoon sun. The trails went through stretches of open desert, past towering rock formations and ancient riverbeds that were dry this time of year. I saw a few other hikers early in the day, but by evening I was alone, just me, my tent, and the canyon stretching out in every direction. I set up camp near a cluster of rocks, the area sheltered from the wind but with a perfect view of the stars. As the sun dipped below the canyon rim, the landscape was bathed in deep shadows, and the air cooled fast. I sat by my small fire, eating a quick meal, and watched the stars emerge one by one. It was peaceful, the kind of solitude I'd been craving. But then I heard it. It was faint at first, so soft I thought I was imagining it. A sound carried on the wind like crying. A woman's voice, distant and mournful, barely audible over the crackle of my fire. I froze, straining to listen. The sound came again, louder this time, echoing off the canyon walls. "Hello," I called out, standing and shining my flashlight into the darkness. The crying stopped. For a long moment, there was only silence, the kind that felt too heavy, too still. Then faintly, the voice came again. Help me. The words sent a chill down my spine. They were weak, desperate, and so faint they seemed to blend with the wind. I tried to tell myself it was just the way sound carries in a canyon, how the echoes can play tricks on your ears. But the voice sounded so real. Is someone out there? I called again, my flashlight sweeping across the rocks and scrub brush. No answer. Just the sound of the wind and my own pounding heart. I debated what to do. If someone was hurt or lost, I couldn't just ignore them. I grabbed my pack, making sure my knife and flashlight were easily accessible, and set off in the direction of the voice. The trail was faint in the dark, the light of my flashlight bouncing off the jagged rocks and uneven ground. Keep calling out, I yelled. I'm coming. The voice didn't respond. Instead, it seemed to move, growing softer, then louder again, leading me deeper into the canyon. The terrain grew rougher, the rocks sharper underfoot, and the shadows longer as the moonlight struggled to pierce the canyon walls. After what felt like hours of walking, I stopped. The voice was closer now, clear and unmistakable. A woman was crying, her sobs raw and broken, and I could hear the faint scrape of footsteps on the rocks. My flashlight caught a glimpse of movement ahead, a figure, shrouded in shadows, standing at the edge of a narrow ravine. Hey, I called, my voice shaky. Are you hurt? Do you need help? The figure didn't respond. It stood perfectly still, its shoulders hunched, as if it hadn't heard me. I moved closer, my steps careful on the loose gravel. As I approached, I noticed something was off. The figure was too tall, its limbs too thin, its posture unnatural. And then it turned. The face wasn't human. It was hollow, skeletal, its eyes two black pits that seemed to pull in the light. Its mouth hung open, and the crying, louder now, piercing, was coming from it. I stumbled back, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The figure tilted its head, its hollow eyes locking onto mine, and it began to move toward me. Its steps were slow, deliberate, but its movements were unnatural, jerky, like a puppet on invisible strings. Stay back, I shouted, pulling my knife from my pack. The creature let out a sound, a horrible, guttural wail that echoed through the canyon, drowning out everything else. My legs felt like they were made of lead, but I turned and ran, the ground slipping beneath me as I scrambled over rocks and through the scrub. The crying didn't stop. It followed me, growing louder, closer, until it felt like it was coming from inside my own head. I stumbled into a narrow pass, the walls of the canyon rising steeply on either side. The moonlight was faint here, the shadows deep and shifting. That's when I saw them. Dozens of figures, standing silently in the shadows, their hollow eyes fixed on me. They were everywhere, on the ridges above, between the rocks, their skeletal forms blending with the jagged landscape. The crying surrounded me now, a cacophony of wails and sobs that seemed to vibrate through the air. I pressed my back against the canyon wall, my knife clutched tightly in one hand, my flashlight in the other. The figures didn't move, but their presence was suffocating, their black eyes boring into me. Then, as suddenly as it began, the crying stopped. The silence was deafening, the air heavy with a tension that made my skin crawl. The largest of the figures, the one that had led me here, stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate. It raised one long skeletal arm and pointed at me. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I bolted, dodging between the rocks and scrambling up the nearest incline. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but I didn't stop. The sound of the wails began again, rising behind me like a wave, and I could hear the scrape of claws on stone as they followed. I don't know how I made it back to my campsite. The landscape blurred around me, my flashlight flickering, my mind a jumbled mess of panic and terror. When I finally saw the faint glow of the dying fire, I collapsed, gasping for air, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the knife. The wails stopped. The canyon fell silent once more, and the oppressive feeling lifted. But I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire until the first light of dawn, clutching my knife and staring into the shadows. As soon as it was light enough to see, I packed my things and left. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was miles away, the canyon shrinking in my rearview mirror. I don't know what I saw in Palo Duro Canyon that night, and I don't want to know. But if you ever hear a woman crying in the dark, don't follow the sound. Story 25. My name is Tyler Brooks, and I've always loved hiking in Texas. From the desert landscapes of Big Bend to the dense forests of the piney woods, there's a kind of freedom you can only find out there, where the world feels wide open and untouched. But after what happened to me last summer near Lake Meredith, I'm not so sure I'll ever set foot on a trail again. It started as a simple day hike. I'd been staying with a friend in Amarillo, and they mentioned the trails near Lake Meredith, about an hour north of town. It sounded perfect, rolling canyons, tall grasses swaying in the wind, and miles of trails that promised solitude. I packed a light bag with water, snacks, and a small first aid kit and headed out early in the morning. The weather was perfect when I arrived. The sun was bright, the sky was clear, and a gentle breeze cut through the summer heat. I parked my car near the Mullinaw Creek trailhead and set off, following the path as it meandered through the canyons. It was quiet out there, just the sound of the wind and the occasional rustle of small animals in the brush. Exactly what I'd been hoping for. By midday, I'd made it several miles in, far from the nearest road or sign of civilization. I stopped on a ridge overlooking the lake, the blue water shimmering far below. After a quick break for water and a granola bar, I continued on, wanting to see where the trail would lead. That's when I noticed the sky. The bright blue had faded, replaced by a strange, murky gray. There were no clouds, just a haze that seemed to dull the sunlight and cast the landscape in an eerie, washed-out glow. The air felt heavier, the breeze dying away completely. I told myself it was just a weather shift, maybe some smoke from wildfires out west, but something about it felt wrong. As I kept walking, the smell hit me. At first, it was faint, just a hint of something sour on the wind. But it grew stronger, thick and cloying, like rotting meat left out in the sun. I covered my nose and mouth with my shirt, but it didn't help. The stench was everywhere, filling the air and sticking to my skin. Then came the rain. It wasn't gradual. There was no distant rumble of thunder, no cooling breeze to signal its arrival. One moment the trail was dry and the next, rain was pouring down in thick, heavy sheets. The drops were cold, colder than they should have been for a summer storm, and they soaked me to the bone almost instantly. I looked up, expecting to see dark storm clouds overhead, but the sky was still that strange, dull gray. There was no wind, no thunder, no lightning. Just the rain, falling silently as if it were coming from nowhere. Something about it felt off. The ground beneath my boots wasn't turning muddy. There were no puddles forming, no rivulets of water running down the trail. The rain was hitting me, only me, and vanishing as soon as it touched the ground. My heart began to race as I realized how quiet it was. Rainstorms are never silent. There's the sound of drops hitting the ground, the leaves, the rocks. But this rain made no sound at all. It was like the world had been muted, the only noise my own shaky breaths. I turned around, deciding it was time to head back to my car. But the trail behind me didn't look the same. The canyon walls seemed closer, the vegetation sparser. The markers I'd been following were gone, replaced by a narrow, winding path I didn't recognize. Panic bubbled in my chest as I tried to retrace my steps. The rain was relentless, soaking my clothes and dripping into my eyes, but the ground remained dry, untouched. I could still smell the decay, stronger now, mixing with the cold, metallic scent of the rain. My skin tingled as if the water carried something unnatural, something wrong. That's when I saw them. Figures in the distance, shadowy and indistinct, standing just off the trail. At first, I thought they were other hikers, relief flooding through me. But as I got closer, I realized they weren't moving. They stood perfectly still, their heads bowed, their arms hanging limply at their sides. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. The word echoed faintly, swallowed by the canyon walls. None of them responded. Instead, one of the figures raised its head slowly, like it had been waiting for me to notice. Its face, if you could call it that, was a void, featureless and dark, as if the rain had washed away every trace of humanity. The others turned toward me too, their hollow faces identical, water dripping from their forms in slow, deliberate streams. I stumbled back, my boots slipping on the dry, unyielding ground. The figures began to move, stepping toward me in unison. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, like they were being pulled along by invisible strings. The rain seemed to cling to them, their bodies shimmering and translucent, as if they were made of the storm itself. I turned and ran. The trail twisted and turned, the walls of the canyon closing in as I sprinted blindly through the haze. The figures followed, their footsteps silent, their presence pressing down on me like a weight. The rain grew colder, each drop burning against my skin like ice, and the stench of decay was so overwhelming I could barely breathe. I tripped over a rock, falling hard onto the dry, dusty ground. Scrambling to my feet, I realized the trail had disappeared entirely. I was surrounded by the towering walls of the canyon, the path replaced by jagged rocks and sparse, dead vegetation. The figures were closer now, their hollow faces fixed on me. One of them raised an arm, pointing directly at me, and I felt a wave of cold wash over me, so intense it made my vision blur. The rain intensified, the drops hitting me with a force that felt like tiny needles, each one carrying the scent of rot and despair. Desperate, I grabbed a rock from the ground and hurled it at the nearest figure. It passed straight through, the figure dissolving into mist before reforming, closer this time. Their hollow faces were unrelenting, their steps deliberate, as if they had all the time in the world to close the distance. Then I heard it, a voice faint and distorted cutting through the silence. It wasn't coming from the figures. It was coming from the rain. "Give in," it whispered. "You can't escape." My vision blurred as the cold seeped deeper into my bones, my body trembling violently. I stumbled forward, not knowing where I was going, just needing to move to get away. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart pounding like it might explode. Just when I thought I couldn't go any farther, I saw it, a faint glimmer of sunlight cutting through the fog. I ran toward it, every muscle in my body screaming, the figures closing in behind me. The rain began to fade as I reached the edge of the canyon, the ground suddenly familiar again. I burst out onto the trailhead, collapsing onto the ground beside my car. The sunlight was warm on my skin, the air clear and fresh, as if the storm had never happened. When I looked back, the canyon was quiet, the figures gone, the rain a distant memory. Story 26. My name is Hannah Clark, and I've always preferred hiking alone. There's a kind of clarity you find when it's just you, the trail, and the endless sky. I've trekked through some of the loneliest corners of Texas, finding peace in the quiet wilderness. But last fall, on a stretch of trail in the Davis Mountains, I discovered there are things out there that don't want to be found. And some trails lead you places you're not meant to go. It was supposed to be an easy weekend trip. The Davis Mountains had been on my bucket list for years. Rugged peaks, sprawling views, and a kind of isolation that's hard to find these days. I planned to spend 2 nights in the backcountry, hiking a loop that would take me deep into the heart of the range. I set off on a Friday morning, the sun high and the air crisp, my pack full of supplies and my spirits high. The first day was perfect. The trail went through rocky canyons and open grasslands, the landscape shifting with every mile. I didn't see another soul, just the occasional jackrabbit darting through the brush. By late afternoon, I found a spot to camp on a ridge with a view of the valley below. I set up my tent, cooked a simple dinner, and watched the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and pink. It was everything I'd hoped for. The next morning, I packed up and continued the loop, feeling completely at peace. That's when I met them. They appeared out of nowhere, just as I was cresting a hill. A man and a woman, both in their late 30s, dressed in bright hiking gear and carrying light packs. They were cheerful, almost overly so, their smiles wide and their laughter echoing through the canyon. It was strange, but I was glad for the company. We introduced ourselves, Aaron and Lucy, they said, and they explained they were doing the same loop but in reverse. "We'll walk with you for a while," Lucy said, her voice light and musical. "It's always better with company, isn't it?" I nodded, though I wasn't sure I agreed. I'd come out here for solitude, after all, but something about their energy made it hard to say no. We fell into an easy rhythm, chatting about the trail, the weather, the usual small talk that fills the space between strangers. At first, it was nice. They were funny, quick to laugh, and seemed genuinely kind. But as the hours passed, something about them began to feel off. It was hard to put my finger on it at first. Maybe it was the way they never seemed to tire, their pace steady and unchanging, even as the trail grew steeper. Or the way their laughter seemed just a little too loud, echoing through the canyon like it didn't belong. Then there was the way they always walked behind me. I'd glance back and find them watching me, their smiles fixed and unblinking. It felt less like friendly companionship and more like observation. By midday, the unease had grown impossible to ignore. We reached a clearing, a wide, open space surrounded by scrub and rocks, and I stopped to take a break. The couple lingered a few steps back, their eyes scanning the horizon. "This is a nice spot," Aaron said, his voice too cheerful. "Perfect for a rest." Lucy smiled, her head tilting slightly as she studied me. "You're very brave, hiking out here all alone." Not everyone could do that. The way she said it sent a shiver down my spine. There was no malice in her tone, but something about the words felt wrong, like they carried a weight I couldn't understand. "I think I'll keep moving," I said, standing and shouldering my pack. The clearing suddenly felt too exposed, too vulnerable. Aaron and Lucy exchanged a glance, their smiles never faltering. "Suit yourself," Aaron said, his tone light. "We'll catch up." I nodded and stepped back onto the trail, my heart pounding as I put distance between us. The air felt heavier, the sun dimmer, and the silence of the forest seemed to press against me like a living thing. Then I noticed the footprints. At first, I thought they were mine, but the pattern didn't match. They were larger, fresher, and stained with something dark. Blood. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I froze, staring at the trail ahead, where the footprints continued in a straight line, leading back toward the clearing. I turned, my breath catching in my throat, and saw the couple standing at the edge of the clearing. Only they weren't cheerful anymore. Their faces were pale, their eyes hollow, and their smiles twisted into something cold and menacing. Aaron raised a hand, pointing at me, and Lucy let out a laugh, a sound that was no longer human. I ran. The trail blurred beneath me as I sprinted, my pack slamming against my back, my heart hammering in my chest. The sound of footsteps followed, heavy and relentless, and I could hear their laughter echoing through the trees, sharp and cruel. I stumbled into another clearing, my lungs burning, my legs shaking. The laughter stopped, and for a moment the forest was silent again. Then I heard it, a low, wet sound, like something dragging itself through the dirt. I turned slowly, my body trembling, and saw them. They were no longer human, their forms twisted and elongated, their limbs bending at unnatural angles. Their skin was pale and translucent, veins visible beneath the surface, and their eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. Aaron stepped forward, his mouth stretching into an impossibly wide grin. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice distorted, echoing as if a dozen voices were speaking at once. Lucy followed, her head tilting unnaturally as she crawled toward me on all fours. "It's too late now," she said, her tone mocking. "You're ours." I backed away, my hands fumbling for the knife in my pack. The creatures advanced, their movements jerky and inhuman, their eyes fixed on me with a hunger that made my stomach churn. Desperate, I grabbed a rock from the ground and hurled it at Aaron. It struck his chest, and he let out a screech that pierced the air, his body convulsing as he stumbled back. Lucy hissed, her form flickering like a broken projection, and I took the opportunity to run. I don't know how long I ran. The forest seemed endless, the trail twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. The air grew colder, the trees darker, and the laughter, faint and distant, never fully faded. When I finally saw the trailhead, relief flooded through me. I burst into the open, collapsing beside my car, my body trembling as I fumbled with the keys. As I sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw them standing at the edge of the trees, their hollow eyes watching, their twisted smiles etched into my mind. I haven't been back to the Davis Mountains since. Story 27. My name is Nate Saunders, and I've always considered myself pretty level-headed. I've spent years hiking solo across Texas, finding peace in the solitude of the wilderness. The forests, the deserts, the canyons, I've seen them all, and I thought I understood the land. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened last spring in a quiet stretch of the piney woods. It was supposed to be a short day hike, just a way to clear my head after a rough week. I picked a lesser-known trail deep in the forest, one that led through dense pine trees and tangled undergrowth. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth, the kind of smell that makes you feel alive. I set off early, my boots crunching on the dirt path, my pack light and well-stocked with water and snacks. The first few miles were uneventful. The trail was narrow but easy to follow, with sunlight filtering through the trees in golden patches. I passed a few deer tracks in the soft dirt and heard the occasional rustle of birds in the branches above. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. Around midday, I stopped for a quick break near a small clearing. I leaned against a fallen log, munching on an energy bar, when I noticed movement in the bushes nearby. A rabbit hopped out, its fur a soft gray-brown, its ears twitching as it sniffed the air. It froze when it saw me, its wide, dark eyes locked onto mine. I smiled. "Hey there, little guy," I said, my voice soft. Animals were always a nice surprise on the trail, a reminder that I wasn't completely alone out here. The rabbit didn't move. It just stared, its body perfectly still except for the slow, rhythmic twitch of its nose. Something about the way it looked at me made me uneasy, but I brushed it off. It was just a rabbit after all. Then it laughed. It started as a low, guttural chuckle, so soft I thought I'd imagined it. But it grew louder, bubbling up into a high-pitched, maniacal cackle that didn't belong in the mouth of any living creature. My stomach turned and I stumbled back, my heart racing as the sound echoed through the clearing. "What the hell?" I muttered, staring at the rabbit in disbelief. The rabbit tilted its head, its dark eyes glinting with something that wasn't animal. It hopped once, then twice, each movement deliberate, and stopped at the edge of the clearing. It turned to look at me, then laughed again, its eerie cackling cutting through the stillness of the forest. I don't know why I followed it. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was the way it seemed to beckon me, its small body disappearing into the trees, only to pause and let out another burst of laughter. I told myself I'd just see where it went, that it was probably heading back to its burrow. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The rabbit led me off the trail, into the dense undergrowth. The further I went, the thicker the forest became, the trees twisting together in impossible shapes. The sunlight grew dimmer, the air heavier, and the ground beneath my boots turned from soft dirt to a spongy, moss-covered carpet. The rabbit's laughter echoed all around me, impossible to pinpoint, as if the sound was coming from the trees themselves. I stopped to catch my breath, realizing too late that I was hopelessly lost. The rabbit was gone, its cackling replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed against my ears. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the forest for any sign of the trail, but all I saw were endless trees and the faint outline of thorny brambles creeping closer. I tried to backtrack, but the path I'd followed had vanished, swallowed by the forest. The brambles seemed to grow as I moved, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands. I pulled out my knife and hacked at the vines, but they were tougher than they looked, the thorns catching on my clothes and tearing at my skin. The laughter came again, louder this time, bouncing off the trees in a cacophony that made my head ache. I spun around, trying to find the source, and saw the rabbit standing just a few feet away. Its small body was still, but its mouth was open wide, too wide, the laughter pouring out like a living thing. "Leave me alone," I shouted, my voice cracking. The rabbit didn't move. It just stared at me, its dark eyes glinting with malice, before turning and hopping into the brambles. The laughter didn't fade. It grew louder, more insistent, as if daring me to follow. I had no choice. The brambles were closing in from every direction, the narrow gaps between them leading only deeper into the maze. My knife wasn't enough to clear the way, and the laughter clawed at my sanity, pushing me forward. I followed the rabbit, its small form always just out of reach, its laughter never stopping. The deeper I went, the darker the forest became. The brambles formed walls on either side, their twisted branches blocking out what little light remained. My arms and legs were scratched and bleeding, my clothes torn, but I couldn't stop. Every time I tried to turn back, the path behind me was gone, replaced by more brambles and the faint sound of something moving in the shadows. Finally, I stumbled into a clearing, my body trembling with exhaustion. The rabbit was there, sitting in the center, its laughter now soft and mocking. Around it were bones, small ones, like those of birds and rabbits, but also larger ones, some of which looked disturbingly human. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the ground felt unstable, as if it might give way beneath me. The rabbit tilted its head again, its laughter fading into silence. Then it spoke. "You shouldn't have followed," it said, its voice high and sing-song, but tinged with something ancient and cruel. "You're mine now." Before I could react, the ground beneath me shifted and I fell. I landed hard in a dark, narrow pit, the air knocked from my lungs. Above me, the rabbit peered down, its glowing eyes the last thing I saw before it vanished. Panic set in as I scrambled to my feet, the walls of the pit slick and unyielding. I clawed at the sides, my nails breaking against the cold stone, but I couldn't climb out. The air was thick, suffocating, and the laughter echoed all around me, louder and more distorted than ever. In a desperate frenzy, I grabbed my knife and began hacking at the walls, hoping to find some kind of foothold. The blade hit something soft, and the wall crumbled, revealing a narrow tunnel. I didn't hesitate. I crawled through the darkness, the laughter chasing me, my lungs burning with every breath. When I finally emerged, I was back on the trail, the sunlight blinding after the suffocating dark. The forest was silent again, the brambles gone, the rabbit nowhere in sight. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. I don't know how I made it out of that maze, or what that thing was. All I know is that I'll never forget the sound of its laughter, or the way its eyes seemed to see straight through me. Story 28. My name is Eric Richards, and I've spent years exploring the wild corners of Texas, chasing solitude and adventure in equal measure. The wilderness has always been a place of peace for me, a refuge from the noise and chaos of everyday life. But last spring, deep in the piney woods, I found something that shattered that peace forever. Something I can't unsee, no matter how hard I try. It started as a typical solo trip. I'd heard about a secluded trail near the Sabine River, one that wasn't on any maps but had a reputation among locals as being breathtaking and remote. It was perfect for what I needed: a weekend away from people, technology, and responsibilities. I packed light, loaded my gear into my car, and set off early on a Friday morning. By midday, I'd parked near the trailhead and was making my way into the dense forest. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, the sunlight barely piercing through the canopy above. The trail was faint, more of a suggestion than a path, winding through towering trees and tangled undergrowth. It felt like I was stepping into another world, one untouched by time. The first day passed uneventfully. I hiked deep into the woods, the only sounds the crunch of my boots on the forest floor and the occasional call of a bird. I set up camp near a small creek, cooked a quick meal, and spent the evening watching the firelight dance against the trees. By the time I crawled into my tent, I felt more relaxed than I had in months. But that night something woke me. It was faint at first, a low, wet sound, like something soft dragging across the ground. I sat up, my heart pounding, and listened. The sound grew louder, closer, accompanied by a faint rustling that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent, and shone the beam into the darkness. Nothing, just the trees, their gnarled branches swaying gently in the breeze. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, and forced myself to lie back down. But it took a long time to fall asleep. The next morning, I decided to push deeper into the forest, hoping to shake off the unease from the night before. The trail grew rougher as I went, the underbrush thicker, the trees closer together. By midday, I'd lost the faint path entirely, but I wasn't worried. I had my compass, and I knew the general direction I needed to go. That's when I found the tree. It stood in a small clearing, its massive trunk twisted and blackened, the bark peeling away in long, ragged strips. It looked ancient, older than any tree I'd ever seen, its roots sprawling across the ground like the veins of some giant creature. But it wasn't the size or age that stopped me in my tracks. It was the growths. Dozens of fleshy, bulbous protrusions covered the trunk, their surfaces glistening in the sunlight. They pulsed faintly, like they were alive, their translucent skins revealing something dark and viscous moving inside. Some were small, no bigger than a fist, while others were the size of basketballs, their veins webbing out across the bark. My stomach turned as I stepped closer, the smell of rot and decay growing stronger with every step. The air around the tree felt wrong, thick and heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I reached out, almost without thinking, and touched one of the growths. It moved. The thing recoiled from my hand, the pulsing growing faster, more frantic. A low, guttural sound rumbled from deep within the tree, and I stumbled back, my heart hammering in my chest. The ground beneath me seemed to vibrate, the roots shifting slightly as if the tree were alive. And then I saw it. A crack split open near the base of the trunk, a deep, jagged wound that oozed a thick, dark liquid. Something moved inside, a shadow, massive and amorphous, its edges writhing like smoke. Two glowing, amber eyes blinked open, fixing on me with an intelligence that felt ancient and malevolent. I froze, unable to look away as the creature began to emerge. It was enormous, its body a twisted mass of sinew and flesh, its appendages branching out like the roots of the tree itself. The fleshy growths weren't just part of the tree, they were part of it, feeding tubes that pulsed as they drained life from the forest around it. The creature let out a low, chittering growl, and the growths on the tree began to writhe, detaching themselves and slithering toward me like worms. Panic surged through me, and I turned to run, crashing through the underbrush as the sounds of the creature's pursuit grew louder. The forest seemed to come alive around me, the roots of the trees twisting and shifting to block my path. I stumbled, my foot catching on an exposed root, and hit the ground hard. The air was knocked out of me, but I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline driving me forward. I could hear it behind me, the wet, slithering sound of its appendages dragging across the ground, the guttural growl vibrating through the air. The smell of rot was overpowering now, clinging to me like a second skin. I didn't dare look back. The forest thinned suddenly, the trees giving way to a rocky hillside. I scrambled up the slope, the loose rocks shifting under my boots. The creature roared behind me, a sound that seemed to shake the ground itself. I reached the top of the hill and spotted a narrow crevice between the rocks, a tight squeeze, but it might buy me time. I threw myself into the crevice, the sharp edges of the rocks scraping against my arms and legs as I wedged myself inside. The growling grew louder, and I could hear the creature thrashing against the rocks, its appendages clawing at the narrow opening. The smell of rot filled the air, and I held my breath, pressing myself deeper into the crevice. For what felt like hours, I stayed there, trembling, listening to the creature's growls fade into the distance. When I finally emerged, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the forest. I didn't stop to rest. I didn't stop to think. I just ran, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air, until I reached my car. I don't know what that thing was, or how it came to be. All I know is that it wasn't just a tree, and it wasn't just a monster. It was something ancient, something that had been feeding on the forest for centuries, and it almost added me to its collection. Story 29. My name is Ellie Carter, and I've been hiking solo for years. There's something about being alone in the wilderness that feels like freedom. It's just you, the trail, and the endless expanse of nature. But last summer, while hiking through the hill country near Lost Maples, I learned that solitude can turn into something far more sinister. It was supposed to be a straightforward trip. I'd picked a remote trail that cut through the rolling limestone hills and groves of old oak trees. It wasn't a popular spot, which was exactly what I wanted. No noise, no distractions, just me and the Texas landscape. I arrived early in the morning, parked my car at the trailhead, and set off with a light pack and a full day ahead of me. The first few hours were perfect. The sun was warm but not yet oppressive, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. I passed small creeks with clear, running water, and spotted a few deer grazing in the distance. The trail was rugged but manageable, winding up and down hills and through shaded canyons. I didn't see another soul. By mid-afternoon, I was deep in the wilderness, the trail narrowing as it climbed a ridge. That's when I saw her for the first time. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. A figure in white, standing just ahead on the trail, her back to me. She was barefoot, her long dress hanging loose and tattered around her ankles, her hair dark and unkempt. She didn't seem to notice me, her head tilted slightly to one side, as if listening for something. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing in the quiet. She didn't respond. She didn't even move. I hesitated, unease creeping into my chest, but I told myself she was probably another hiker, someone who'd wandered off the trail or gotten lost. I started walking again, slowly, the gravel crunching under my boots. But as I got closer, she turned. Her face was pale, too pale, her eyes wide and unblinking. There was something unnatural about her expression, like she was staring at something far away, something I couldn't see. A chill ran down my spine as she tilted her head again, her lips parting slightly as if she wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. "Are you okay?" I asked, forcing my voice to stay steady. She didn't answer. Instead, she turned back to the trail and began walking, her bare feet silent against the rocky ground. Her movements were smooth, almost gliding, and no matter how fast I walked, the distance between us stayed the same. My heart started to race. I picked up my pace, trying to catch up to her, but she remained just ahead, her white dress flickering through the trees like a ghost. I called out again, louder this time, but she didn't respond. The trail grew steeper, the trees closing in on either side, and the air felt heavier, like the forest itself was holding its breath. By the time I reached the top of the ridge, she was gone. I stood there, panting and sweating, my eyes scanning the trail ahead. It was empty. The only sound was the wind whispering through the leaves, but even that felt wrong, too soft, too distant, like it didn't belong. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself she'd taken a side path or gone off into the brush. But as I started down the other side of the ridge, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The shadows seemed to shift, and every rustle of the leaves made my skin crawl. Then I saw her again. She was standing farther down the trail, still barefoot, still facing away. This time, her head was tilted back, her face turned toward the sky. The sight stopped me cold. There was no way she could have gotten ahead of me, not without passing me on the narrow trail. It was impossible. "Who are you?" I shouted, my voice sharp and strained. She didn't move, didn't turn, didn't acknowledge me at all. My throat went dry as I took a hesitant step forward, then another. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of something rotten, something old and decayed. I gagged, covering my nose with my sleeve, but the smell only grew stronger. The woman dropped her head and turned toward me, her movements sudden and jerky. Her face was wrong, her features too sharp, her skin stretched tight over her bones. Her eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. They weren't human eyes. They were too dark, too empty, like looking into a void. She smiled then, a slow, unnatural smile that made my stomach turn. And then she started walking toward me. I stumbled back, my legs trembling as I turned and ran. The trail blurred beneath my feet as I sprinted down the hill, branches clawing at my arms and face. The sound of her footsteps followed me, light and deliberate, keeping pace no matter how fast I ran. "Leave me alone," I shouted, but the only response was a low, echoing laugh that didn't belong in the natural world. The trail twisted and turned, the forest growing darker as the sun dipped lower in the sky. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I didn't stop. I could feel her presence behind me, cold and oppressive, like a shadow I couldn't escape. Finally, I burst into a clearing, the trailhead just visible through the trees ahead. My car was there, a lifeline waiting in the fading light. I sprinted toward it, my breath ragged, my body shaking with adrenaline. When I reached the car, I didn't stop. I threw open the door, jumped inside and slammed it shut, locking the doors with trembling hands. My chest heaved as I sat there, staring at the trail, waiting for her to appear. But she didn't. The forest was quiet still, as if nothing had happened. I started the engine and sped away, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. It wasn't until I was miles down the road that I let myself breathe. The memory of her hollow eyes and twisted smile burned into my mind. Story 30. My name is Daniel Price, and I've always been fascinated by the unknown. Maybe it's because I grew up reading stories about monsters and cryptids, or maybe it's just the thrill of exploring the unexplained. I thought that fascination made me brave, maybe even a little reckless. But after what happened to me last fall, I know better now. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. It was early November, and I'd planned a solo trip to the Sabine National Forest in East Texas. The area is dense, sprawling, and known for its eerie, unspoiled beauty. I'd heard rumors about strange sightings in the forest, shadowy figures, unearthly noises, even whispers of cryptids. It seemed like the perfect place for an adventure, and I couldn't resist. The first day was uneventful. The trail was quiet, the weather cool and overcast, and I felt completely at ease as I made my way deeper into the woods. I'd packed light, planning to set up camp near one of the remote streams I'd marked on my map. By late afternoon, I'd found the perfect spot, a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, the sound of running water nearby. I set up my tent, cooked a quick meal, and settled in for the evening. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest grew darker and quieter, the kind of silence that feels heavy, almost oppressive. I told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching. I woke up sometime after midnight. At first, I wasn't sure what had roused me. Maybe a noise, maybe just the restless energy of being alone in the woods. I lay there for a moment, listening, but all I could hear was the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. Then I saw the light. It was faint, barely more than a glow, coming from somewhere deeper in the forest. At first, I thought it might be another camper, though I hadn't seen anyone else all day. Curious, and more than a little uneasy, I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the tent. The light was steady, pale and flickering like an old lantern. It was coming from beyond the clearing, further than I should have gone in the dark. But I couldn't help myself. I needed to know what it was. I followed the light, my flashlight cutting through the dense trees. The ground was uneven, littered with roots and fallen branches, and the air grew colder with every step. The glow led me to a small clearing, and that's when I saw it. A cabin. It was small and weathered, its roof sagging and its walls streaked with moss. The light I'd been following was coming from inside, seeping out through the cracks in the wooden shutters. My gut told me to turn around, to go back to my tent and pretend I'd never seen it. But something about the place pulled me in, like a whisper I couldn't quite hear. I stepped closer, my boots crunching softly on the forest floor. The cabin's door was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open, the hinges creaking loudly in the silence. The smell hit me first, earthy and metallic, with an underlying rot that made my stomach churn. The interior was dimly lit by a lantern hanging from the ceiling, its flickering light casting strange, shifting shadows. The room was small, cluttered with shelves and tables piled high with glass jars. At first, I thought they were just filled with plants or small animals, like something a naturalist might collect. But as I looked closer, my breath caught in my throat. The jars held creatures. Things I couldn't explain. One jar contained what looked like a tiny, humanoid figure with elongated limbs and milky, lidless eyes. Another held a snake-like thing with legs, its scales shimmering faintly in the lantern light. There were dozens of them, preserved in murky liquid, their distorted shapes both fascinating and horrifying. My hands shook as I reached out to touch one of the jars, the glass cold and slick beneath my fingers. What was this place? Who had collected these things and why? My mind raced with questions, each more unsettling than the last. Then I heard the door creak behind me. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Slowly, I turned, the beam of my flashlight trembling as it cut through the shadows. A figure stood in the doorway, its outline tall and hunched, its face obscured by the dim light. "You shouldn't be here," it said, its voice low and rasping. The figure stepped into the room, and my flashlight caught its face. Or what was left of it. Its skin was pale and leathery, stretched tight over sharp, angular features. Its eyes were small and sunken, glinting like wet stones in the dim light. Its hands were long and bony, the fingers ending in claws that clicked softly as it moved. I stumbled back, knocking into one of the tables. The jars rattled, and the creature's head snapped toward me, its lips curling into something that might have been a smile. "Curious, aren't you?" it said, its tone almost mocking. I didn't mean to," I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. "You wanted to see," it said, taking a step closer. "Well, now you've seen." I didn't wait for it to move again. I turned and ran, shoving past the door and into the night. The forest blurred around me as I sprinted, the sound of the creature's footsteps close behind. They were heavy and uneven, punctuated by a low, guttural growl that made my skin crawl. I didn't know where I was going. The forest was a maze in the dark, the trees closing in from all sides. My flashlight flickered, its beam growing weaker with every step, and I could feel the creature gaining on me. Then I tripped. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me as I scrambled to get up. The growling was louder now, so close I could feel it in my chest. I grabbed a fallen branch, swinging it wildly as the creature lunged at me. The branch connected with a sickening crack, and the creature let out a shriek that echoed through the trees. It stumbled back, its claws slashing at the air, and I took the chance to run again, my legs screaming with every step. When I finally saw the faint outline of my tent, relief washed over me like a tidal wave. I dove inside, zipping it shut as if that thin layer of fabric could protect me. The growling faded, replaced by the heavy, suffocating silence of the forest. I stayed awake until dawn, clutching my knife and listening for any sign of the creature. But it never came back. When the first light of day broke through the trees, I packed up and left, not stopping until I was safely back in my car. Story 31. My name is Sarah Adams, and I've spent most of my life chasing the serenity of the wilderness. Hiking alone has always been my way of resetting, just me, the trail, and the quiet hum of nature. But last spring, on a trip deep into the Guadalupe Mountains, I learned that not every trail leads to peace. Some paths lead straight into nightmares. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, a chance to unplug and unwind. I'd chosen a lesser-known trail, one that snaked through a remote corner of the park. It wasn't marked on any maps, but a friend had mentioned it as a hidden gem, rugged, beautiful, and untouched by crowds. Exactly what I was looking for. The first day was perfect. The weather was warm, the skies clear, and the trail went through towering limestone cliffs and groves of juniper trees. I felt like I had the entire mountain range to myself, and I reveled in the solitude. By late afternoon, I found a small clearing to set up camp, the golden light of the setting sun painting the landscape in warm hues. After pitching my tent and eating a quick meal, I crawled into my sleeping bag and fell asleep to the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. I woke up sometime after midnight, disoriented. The wind had stopped, and the silence was so complete it pressed against my ears. At first, I thought I'd imagined the sound that woke me. But then I heard it again, a faint, rhythmic scratching. I sat up, my heart pounding. The sound was coming from outside the tent, near my pack. It wasn't the rustle of an animal or the flutter of leaves. It was deliberate, like claws dragging across fabric. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent, the beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing. My pack was untouched, the clearing empty. The air was heavy, the kind of stillness that made every instinct scream that something was wrong. I shone the flashlight around, scanning the trees, but there was no sign of anything out of place. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it was just my imagination and crawled back into the tent, though sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, I decided to push further down the trail. Something about the clearing felt off, and I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. The path grew steeper and narrower as I hiked, the dense underbrush closing in on either side. By midday, the sky had turned gray and a sharp wind had picked up, carrying the faint scent of rain. That's when I saw the cabin. It was nestled in a hollow just off the trail, its weathered wood blending almost seamlessly with the forest. At first, I thought it was abandoned, a relic from another time forgotten by the world. But as I approached, I noticed the symbols. They were carved into the wood, painted on the shutters, even etched into the stones surrounding the cabin. Circles, jagged lines, and shapes that seemed to twist and shift if you looked at them too long. I didn't recognize them, but they felt protective, like they were meant to keep something out. Curiosity got the better of me. The door was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open, stepping inside. The air was cool and dry, and the faint smell of sage lingered in the room. The cabin was small, just a single room with a cot, a table, and a fireplace. It looked like someone had lived there once, but it had been a long time. Dust covered the surfaces, and cobwebs hung in the corners. The symbols were everywhere, on the walls, the ceiling, even the floorboards. They were more intricate inside, their patterns more deliberate, almost ritualistic. A small stack of journals sat on the table, their leather covers worn and cracked. I picked one up, flipping through the pages, but the writing was in a language I didn't understand, the words sharp and angular, like the symbols on the walls. I don't know how long I spent in the cabin, but the first raindrops against the roof jolted me back to reality. The storm was coming in fast, and I decided to wait it out there rather than risk hiking in the rain. I lit a small fire in the hearth and settled onto the cot, the warmth of the flames chasing away the chill. Night fell quickly, the storm raging outside. Thunder rumbled through the mountains, and the rain lashed against the windows. The wind howled, making the cabin creak and groan. I tried to focus on the journals, flipping through the pages and tracing the strange symbols with my fingers, but the unease I'd felt earlier was growing stronger. Then I heard it. A scratching sound, faint at first but unmistakable. It came from one of the windows, the one closest to the cot. My breath caught in my throat as I turned toward it, the firelight casting flickering shadows across the room. The scratching stopped. For a moment, the only sound was the rain pounding against the roof. Then it came again, louder this time, moving to the other window. It wasn't random. It was deliberate, slow, and methodical, like something testing the boundaries of the cabin. I grabbed the flashlight and shone it toward the window. The glass was streaked with rain, but I could see the outline of a hand, or what should have been a hand. The fingers were too long, the joints bent at unnatural angles, the nails sharp and claw-like. The scratching grew louder, more frantic, coming from every direction now. The walls, the door, even the roof, it was everywhere surrounding me. My heart raced as I backed toward the fireplace, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. Then the voice came. "Let me in," it whispered, low and guttural, yet somehow familiar. It came from the door, then the windows, then the walls, the voice shifting and echoing as if it were coming from inside my own head. The symbols on the walls began to glow, faint at first, then brighter, casting an eerie green light across the cabin. The scratching stopped, replaced by a low, guttural growl that made my skin crawl. The cabin shook, the fire flickering wildly as the wind outside howled louder, almost drowning out the sound of the growl. Almost. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I grabbed my pack and bolted for the door, flinging it open and running into the storm. The rain was blinding, the wind tearing at my clothes as I sprinted back toward the trail. Behind me, I heard the growl turn into a roar, followed by the splintering of wood as the cabin gave way. I didn't look back. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in the mud as the first light of dawn broke through the clouds. The storm had passed, and the forest was eerily quiet, the only sound the ragged gasps of my breath. When I finally made it back to my car, I didn't stop to rest. I drove until the forest was nothing but a distant memory in my rearview mirror. Story 32. My name is Jake Harris, and I've always considered myself a seasoned hiker. I've trekked through the Rockies, camped in the Appalachians, and navigated the wild, untamed stretches of Texas. The trails have always been a second home to me, until one trip made me question everything I thought I knew about the wilderness. It was late October, the perfect time for a solo hike through the rugged beauty of the hill country. The air was crisp, the skies clear, and the trail I'd chosen was off the beaten path, far from the crowds that flocked to more popular spots. It was just me, my pack, and miles of untouched wilderness. I started early, the morning sunlight filtering through the oak and cedar trees as I made my way deeper into the hills. The trail was faint, overgrown in places, but it felt like an adventure, like I was discovering something no one else had seen in years. By midday, I'd reached a clearing with a stunning view of the valley below. I stopped for lunch, sitting on a flat rock and soaking in the silence. That's when I saw it. A cabin, barely visible through the trees on the far side of the clearing. It looked old, the wood weathered and gray, the roof sagging in the middle. At first, I thought it might be an abandoned hunting shack or an old homestead, but something about it felt off. It was too isolated, too hidden. The kind of place you wouldn't find unless you were looking for it, or unless it wanted to be found. Curiosity got the better of me. I packed up my gear and made my way toward the cabin, the underbrush crunching underfoot. As I got closer, I noticed how quiet the forest had become. No birds, no insects, just the faint sound of the wind whispering through the trees. My skin prickled, but I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. The cabin was in worse shape than I'd thought. The windows were boarded up, the door hanging crooked on its hinges. Vines crept up the walls and the ground around it was littered with debris, rusted tools, shards of broken glass, and what looked like animal bones, bleached white by the sun. I hesitated at the threshold, my hand hovering over the door. The air around the cabin felt colder, heavier, like it was pressing down on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to go inside, that something was waiting for me. I pushed the door open and it creaked loudly, the sound echoing in the empty forest. The inside was dark, the only light coming from the gaps in the walls where the sunlight slipped through. The air was thick with the smell of rot and damp wood, and the floor was covered in dirt and leaves. At first, it seemed like the cabin was empty. There was a broken chair in one corner, a rusted stove against the far wall, and a few shelves lined with jars of unidentifiable substances. But as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I noticed something on the floor, something large, covered in a tattered cloth. I knelt down, my fingers trembling as I reached for the edge of the fabric. Slowly, I pulled it back, revealing a pile of bones. Human bones. The skull stared up at me, its empty sockets dark and accusing. A loud thud echoed from behind me, and I froze. The door, which had been hanging open, was now shut. My breath caught in my throat as I turned, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. And then I saw it. A figure stood in the corner, motionless. It was tall, impossibly so, its body gaunt and stretched, its limbs too long and thin. Its skin, or what passed for skin, was pale and mottled, almost translucent. But it was the face, or lack thereof, that made my blood run cold. There was nothing there. Just a black void, a hollow absence that seemed to draw the light into it. For a moment, neither of us moved. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but stare into that faceless void. Then it tilted its head, the motion slow and deliberate as if it were studying me. The air seemed to hum, a low, bone-deep vibration that made my teeth ache. The creature took a step forward, its movements slow and jerky, like it wasn't used to its own body. Its arms hung at its sides, the fingers long and clawed, dragging against the floor. I scrambled back, my foot catching on a loose floorboard. "Stay back," I shouted, though my voice cracked with fear. The creature didn't stop. It moved closer, each step deliberate, the void where its face should have been fixed on me. The humming grew louder, almost like a deep, guttural chant, and the air around me grew colder. Desperate, I grabbed a rusted pipe from the floor and swung it as hard as I could. The pipe connected with the creature's arm, and the sound it made was like metal striking stone. The thing barely flinched, its arm snapping back into place as if nothing had happened. It lunged. I dove to the side, the creature's claws slashing through the air where I'd been a moment before. My heart pounded as I scrambled to my feet, bolting for the door. It didn't move like a person. It moved like a predator, low and fast, its limbs contorting unnaturally as it pursued me. I hit the door with my shoulder, the wood splintering as I burst into the daylight. I ran, the forest a blur around me, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Behind me, I could hear it crashing through the underbrush, its guttural hum now a deafening roar. I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. My legs burned, my lungs screamed for air, but I pushed myself harder, the sound of the creature growing fainter as I put more distance between us. Finally, I reached the edge of the forest, the sight of my car a welcome relief. I dove inside, slamming the door and locking it. My hands trembled as I started the engine, the tires kicking up gravel as I sped away. I don't know what that thing was, or why it was in that cabin. All I know is that it wasn't human, and it wasn't meant to be seen. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.